All right. So it's actually been quite a while since I did any MSQ. I'm actually not even 100% sure where I left off, to be completely honest. Um, what was I doing? Oh, I remember now. We had just gotten Y'shtola back. Um, okay. So... go. Yeah, I haven't gone live in a little bit for Final Fantasy because, well, in large part because I was leveling my my Reaper up and messing around with stuff like glamour and other things, just not doing any story stuff. I think I'm gonna queue up for a duty finder too, just since I'm just getting started here. Hey Andre, how's it going? Five minutes. We'll see if it takes 5 minutes. Usually it takes like 10. Oh, you working on Blue Mage? I haven't done anything with Blue Mage at all. You have to like go around the world and like kill certain like bosses and stuff to get skills, right? Oh, you're just getting started? Alright. My apologies for having put you all through such an ordeal. I could see no other way to have the knights blessed. Happily, both they and yet I live, thanks to you. But our work here is not yet done. We must make ready to enter Kitana Raval? Yeah. Kitana Ravel. Yeah, okay. And put the Light Warden to the sword. Wow, I ended up like it's funny, I should have just done that last time around. Ah, there we go. With the Yulmorans gone and the companion now returned, and your companion now returned, I think it best you go now, before they can regroup. With magic flowing once more through the Great Pyramid, the Uxner, the entrance to the Kitana Ravel should be open by now. Before we leave, Urianger, did you discover anything that may suggest the Light Warden's hides elsewhere? Nay. Though we would had but little time before the Yulmorans' most unwelcome arrival, we scoured the nearby environs. We scoured the nearby environs and spoke once more with the one called Coriel. Having hearkened to her tale, it is my judgment that the Sin Eaters, which her late mother did espy, was indeed the being we seek, and that it most likely resides in the vicinity of Roktika Falls. In the absence of the subsequent sighting, I have no reason to believe our quarry hath sought out a new sanctuary, and given the considerable difficulty we face in reaching the falls, we may be certain that it hath not been disturbed by men. Then our course is clear. We must navigate to Katana Raval and make for Raktika Falls. Though you see it as another obstacle to be navigated, the Katana Raval is the oldest and most sacred of our temples. The accumulated knowledge of the Empire is said to reside within, knowledge which is rightly yours as allies of Ronka. You are welcome to explore. I fully intend to survey every ilm of it once the mission is complete. Were the Emperor still alive, he would be overjoyed to hear you say so. But I must warn you, though the way is open, it will be heavily guarded. To discourage trespassers and test the worth of our allies, it had to be so. Be careful in there. Head east. You will find the path to Azure Flowers, leading to the Raval. I wish you safe passage through the halls. Is Katana Raval like hard, or Ravel? Does it mean something that I'm missing? Slash bow. It's fun? Okay. Master Matoya, I know I cannot dissuade you from going, so please promise me you will return safely. The Knights Blessed needs you. You need not worry, Ronar. I shall return, and bring with me a long-awaited gift. One the Knights Blessed will treasure forevermore. Now, let us away. That was pretty good timing. All right. Oh, it's this one. I was kind of worried that I was going to get a... I was kind of worried it was going to pop up in the middle of the dialogue there. Before I started, yeah, the burn. Before I started streaming, I would just constantly queue up for Duty Finder while doing the MSQ, and I had it pop up all the time in the middle of cutscenes like that. This is a pretty good dungeon. Yep. End up rewatching quite a few of them. It kind of saved me a couple times, though, because, especially in Heavensward, and I don't really know why this was a thing in Heavensward, but the cutscenes would bug out a lot, and it's like my character within the cutscene was invisible, or would appear wearing like weird gear and stuff like that. I wasn't really sure what was going on. It doesn't happen when I go back and rewatch them in the inn, but it was happening like while I was doing it. And there was a couple times where my character was invisible that I got to rewatch the cutscene because I had a pop-up. There was specifically the cutscene with Arushafan when he jumps in front of you and saves you. My character didn't have a head in that cutscene. And I was like, oh no. I was so upset that it was like, it was ruining it for me, and then I had a pop-up like midway through it and it started over. So I got to redo that one. I haven't really had I didn't have an issue like that with A Realm Reborn or Stormblood though. It was just Heavensward that was messed up like that. Yeah, it was just a couple cutscenes randomly that were like that. I've been lucky ever since then, though. I haven't played Reaper in a little while. I feel like I keep messing up the combos. And that AoE there was like the first one in the dungeon that I've got through, like without messing it up. Getting the muscle memory back and everything. Yeah, because I would have streamed MSQ last weekend, but I ended up getting sick on Friday. So I was sick basically the whole weekend. So instead of sitting here reading while coughing and, you know, having a sore throat and all that stuff, I decided I would just watch a bunch of like clips on YouTube while I was laying in bed. And I went down like the YouTube rabbit hole and I saw people playing classic WoW hardcore. And I ended up playing classic WoW hardcore over the weekend because of that. Yeah. I think after I do a good chunk of MSQ today, I'm going to hop back on classic WoW at some point. Oh, you watched the other stream from the other day? Yeah. It's really kind of fun. I think I'm gonna re-roll a new character though. Yeah, I didn't expect like anybody like to really watch that stream just because most of the people here watch the Final Fantasy stuff. You know, so I don't really blame them. Gotcha. Yeah, it can be kind of weird going into, like, watch a game that you've never really played before. Like, if you're not looking at the game from, like, oh, maybe I might play this game, I wonder what it's like. You know, the person, you have to really just be there for the person playing it rather than the game itself at that point. Yeah, but myself, like, I've played, I don't know, MMOs are, like, my genre, as far as, like, games that I play. Like, I really only play MMOs. Even single-player games, like, I almost just never play single-player RPGs. Very rarely do I do that. Like, I played Skyrim, and then I didn't play any other single-player RPG until... what was it? Cyberpunk 2077 came out. But like, I played World of Warcraft, I played Guild Wars 2, I played obviously Final Fantasy 14. I played Elder Scrolls Online. I played Arcade. I'm trying to think of the name of the other... that MMO that everybody was like super hyped about, that they were saying was going to kill WoW, and then ended up being like one of the worst MMOs ever made. Although that happens quite often, to be honest. It's like, oh, it's going to kill WoW. I don't know if that's like a thing in the Final Fantasy community, but whenever a new MMO's coming out, like, everybody's like, oh, this is going to be the WoW killer. It never is. But yeah, I played Aeon. I played, Aeon, Warhammer Online. Trying to think of I still can't, WildStar, that was the one I was trying to think of, that everybody was like super hyping up, and it ended up being just awful. I played WildStar in the beta because a friend gave me a beta key to it, and I played the beta for about 4 hours, 5 hours, and I was like, this is really bad. This is just really, really bad. And he got my friend got so upset with me because he's like, I gave you a beta key. It's like, yeah, well, it doesn't change the fact that it's bad, you know. And obviously that game's shut down now, so I wasn't wrong. Yeah, it's the less you know about it, the less people know about a game before it comes out, the more hype they get for it. It seems like, you know, they'll see like a picture of it and they'll be like, "This is gonna be the game. This is it. This is gonna be so amazing. Look at this picture." And it's like we don't know anything about it, and they'll just start like filling in the blanks in their head. It's like the God of the Gaps kind of thing, but with video games. But yeah, I've played. I'd say like 95% of every MMO that's come out over the past like probably 15 years. But that's just because I like MMOs. Fuck. I forgot we were supposed to be DPSing these heads. Oh. I was a little worried there. I was like, are we going to get kicked off the edge here? We were like frozen right on the cliffside there. This is bad. Wasn't really a big thing for you for a while. Yeah. No, that can make it rough. Like, I was pretty lucky. I got, I convinced my parents when I was a kid, playing Halo 2. I convinced them that it was a really good idea that we needed broadband internet. So we got, broadband when I was like, 12 or 13, something like that. Whenever, it was like late middle school for me when Halo 2 was a real big thing. And I was able to convince my parents that, oh, is he gonna solo this? But yeah, I was able to convince my parents that it was a really good idea to get broadband internet then. So I've been lucky and I've been able to play pretty much every MMO as they come out. First MMO I ever played was RuneScape. He's gonna solo this thing. No, he's not. It's gonna. Oh, come on. Look at this guy. Come on, smack him. Oh, okay. What a beast. That was pretty badass. Oh, he left. I can't commend him. Yeah, that was pretty good. Good plus luck, yeah. Okay, so where am I headed here? I haven't even been over here, huh? Okay. Yeah, it is always amazing when that happens. There's been very, very few times when I've had something like that happen. For me, playing any MMO, really. There's one boss... oh, hey, Annabelle, how you doing? There's one boss in here that pretty much any class can do that on. But that's just because they're not tankable, and all the damage they do is like telegraphed stuff, so they don't do like act like targeted damage. It's all avoidable. I forget the name of the dungeon, but it's a Realm Reborn dungeon. It's like a level 45 dungeon or something. All right. You can feel the ether flowing through the door. A gentle push may be all that's required. Our earlier efforts were not in vain, it seems. Stay on your guard, Ray. We know not what awaits us inside. Oh, and of course, now there's a dungeon. I hadn't planned on that, but quick selection. I'm always kind of thankful that it reminds me to clear the selection in the duty finder, because otherwise I would just leave it that way, and then accidentally get some random queue for something I don't want. Watch the reaction to the 1.0 shutdown. I've watched I watched the first part offline to the 1.0, or not the 1.0, but the no clip thing. Yeah. I wasn't sure how I should do that exactly, the 1.0 stuff, because it's so long. And like just sitting here like restreaming the entire thing, I wasn't sure exactly how to go about it. But I did record the reaction to it, so I have the full like recording of it. Yeah, I might post the whole thing, but there was like significant sections where it's like, you know, I'm just sitting there listening or reading what's being said, because half of it's in Japanese. It was pretty crazy watching through it though. Some of the stuff that went on, and how like Yoshi came to be like in charge of stuff, and the decision, you know, how they ended up making the decision to remake the whole game essentially, and they did it in 2.5 years while like updating everything alongside the existing game. considering the perspective I have on game making. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was it's really cool to see. And then there's the what's the other documentary that's like, I can't remember the name of it. I wrote it down somewhere. Because there's the no clip one, and then there was the one that was before that. I can't remember the name of the other one, but I know there's another one that I've got to watch. Is it The Rise and Fall of? It might be. It's something like that. But yeah, I might watch that one, depending... I haven't even looked at it, depending on how long it is. I might do that one on stream. I still have the second half of the no-clip thing, though. So I might just do the second part on stream and then post the other part as a video, and cut out the parts where I'm just sitting there listening to stuff. Because there was parts where it was like, you know, just 15 minutes of me just listening and be like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense, you know, that kind of thing. I don't really have a whole lot to say. There was some stuff, you know, that I had to say about it, though. Like, they were talking about how the original 14 was a lot more like a... They said it was a lot more like a Japanese, like an old Japanese MMO. Because it had, like, when you died, you would lose XP and all this other stuff. And I was like, well, that was kind of a thing for every MMO. Western, Japanese, didn't matter where it was. That was just a thing that everybody did. It's like when you died, you got set back. It was something that EverQuest, I think, popularized. That kind of playstyle. So it wasn't just like old Japanese. It was just really old game design for MMOs in general. It was like a decade out of date at that point, when they were releasing it. So, the Rise and Fall of Final Fantasy, yes. Or the Fall and Rise, sorry. Yeah. But yeah, so it wasn't really just like... And in like the no... the no auto attacking and no jumping and all this other stuff, like it really did you got here just in time. Yeah. You wanted to see this. Yeah. I kind of get a feeling like when something's going to happen now that I'm live streaming this stuff a little bit more, that when I get more than like 3 people watching concurrently, that it's probably like there's something that's going to happen. So. What's that? Ah! Okay. Oh, so you actually got notified that I was live too. I guess that kind of helps. Yeah, because I know like I have another YouTube account that I like follow this with to see if like notifications get sent out and stuff like that. And sometimes the video gets sent out and other times it just doesn't. It's kind of funny to watch. It is interesting because it's like, I know like YouTubers, like they complain about stuff like that all the time and you never really like see it as just somebody who's watching. And now that I'm like making content and like tracking it a little bit, you kind of see like, oh, when I do this, it doesn't do this. When I do this, it does that. So it's like you're like gaming this thing that's clearly like an AI sitting in the background, deciding whether you succeed or fail with a video. It's kind of funny. Yeah, no, it does suck. It would be nice if they just, like, if somebody clicked subscribe to your channel, that they just sent it out, but, you know, I understand, like, why they do it. It like, simultaneously, like, helps people grow and helps them and hurts them at the same time. I think I'm in the right spot. Yeah. There we go. Oh, okay, I was right. Over here. Oh. Oh, somebody got smashed. I need to take some time and read exactly what this does and how that works. It just did something. To deal the target enemies nearby. Oh, it's AoE. Potency of 500. Huh. I'm gonna have to take some time and look at all the abilities and stuff and just figure out how that works compared to the rest. Because this is also, this is a cone, this is an AoE. Yeah, it is a lot of generating and spending resources. I kind of enjoy it because it's like the opposite of Monk, where it's like the gameplay is really slow in comparison to Monk, but everything hits way harder. And sometimes it's fun to see those big numbers. So yeah, let's see. Ah, okay. So it's got a cooldown, whereas the rest doesn't. Wait, did it not use... Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to read more. Oh, it's the same for playing it at 90? Oh, you haven't played it much at 90, got it. Yeah. I just really like, I really like melee classes. And Monk specifically is a lot of fun because it reminds me of like the fast-paced like way that Warrior used to be played in World of Warcraft. And I guess Reaper in a way kind of reminds me of that too. Only it reminds me of like Arms spec as a warrior because Arms is like really slow, but hard hitting instead. Okay, so let's give this a try here. So we'll do that. This. Yeah, I feel like that did a lot of damage. Couple healers and black mage are the only ones you have left. Yeah. Healers, I think, are probably the only ones that I'll never actually level all the way up. Black mage will probably be one of the last ones that I'll level up too, but that's just because I hate Duty Finder with black mage. Because I can't stand getting scaled down with black mage, because it's just... I've complained about it quite a bit in the past. It's just so painful getting scaled down with the black mage. Because you go from... This is a fun rotation to pushing one button that isn't fun anymore. You're more for casters and white mage? You can level up Scholar for free with Summoner? How do you do that? Ah, okay. Oh, that's interesting. They have the same Blake base class as Arcanist. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Are those gonna fall? And the XP is the same for both. That's actually kind of cool. I never thought about, like, classes sharing the same base class. It never even, like, occurred to me. That's pretty cool, actually. But yeah, my main reason for not, like, planning on or just really leveling up, he's any good? Let's just double check real quick. I want to see. It's actually good. What does it look like? Oh, that's kind of cool. But yeah, the main reason why I'll probably never end up leveling a healer is just because I don't find the idea of healing within Final Fantasy to be very interesting. I feel like I'd be bored with playing a healer. Obviously, I haven't played a healer, so I can't say for sure. But healer just doesn't seem like super interesting to me. Every MMO I've ever played, I've played melee anyways, so... Yeah, I don't like. I generally don't tank either, to be honest. But I would tank before I heal. So, like, as I level things up, I'll probably do it like melee DPS, caster DPS. Like, I don't know. It'll probably be like a mix of melee DPS and caster DPS. I'll probably do DPS tanks and then healers as I end up going through all the leveling and stuff like that. Yeah, Bard looks fun. I haven't done anything with... Well, I shouldn't say that. I did start leveling Bard. But at low levels, Bard's pretty boring. And I just lost interest with it as I was playing. And then I ended up accidentally finding the Reaper, like, class quest. And I was like, oh, I'll give Reaper a try. Yeah, it does look really interesting, though. Because I enjoy Dancer a lot. So the support style, like, ranged, I know I'm gonna like those. Alright, who do we have here? You never played healer in WoW. In FF, it's just more fun. I don't know how that person died. Did I do that? I was looking away from the screen. Huh. Okay. Damn. That hurt. You guys got a lot of health. There we go. So you never played healer in WoW. In FF, just fun, friends, but not often. Yeah, I don't like healer being damage being important as a healer either. Um, let's see. It's actually one of the main reasons why I haven't really played a healer and why I have no interest in it. Nom the light, yes.
The Light Warden is dead. The Blessed's prayers have been answered.
Aye, that they have. Her condition yet troubleth thee?
It does. Though she shows no immediate signs of corruption, the danger remains. She must be told. Would you describe it to me, Marie-Ange? Paint for me a picture with your words.
A sea of shimmering stars. Diamonds strewn across a raven gown. Boundless and beautiful. 'Tis an exquisite sight, not unlike that of the source. Calm and gentle and forgiving.
I can see it.
For however deep the void, or wide the expanse, there is no shore so distant as to be beyond the reach of light. Ominous though that may sound, given our present travails.
Yeah. Oriange has, like, he's just got such a way with words.
Well fought. Let us return home. The murals. If I am not mistaken, they predate the Empire.
Yeah, and it does emphasize that she's
How
blind
can you
too.
tell?
A peculiarity of the paint. Most are made from mineral-based pigments. But whatever was used here is older than anything I have ever seen.
Like, it's kind of easy to forget that, like you were saying, you know, because she acts like she can see. It's kind of easy to forget that she can't.
According to Almet, this sanctuary was built to preserve the wisdom of the ancients. What events do these murals commemorate, I wonder?
Ah, of course.
Must you always linger after defeating your enemies? Navigating these halls on foot is exhausting.
Come to lead us to safety, have you?
I was bored. But how is the hero of the hour?
Not dead yet.
Fighting fit, I see. Keep up the good work.
He's
We're
obviously
plotting
waiting for something.
something.
Ah, Ishtola and I were thinking exactly the same thing.
Every hour of every day. But never you mind about that. As I have told you 1,000 times before, I like to watch. Nothing more. Well, I would quit this place and I suggest you do the same. There is yet work to be done. Ah, there is a sight to bring a tear to the eye.
You recognize these scenes?
That I do. Indeed, there was a time when anyone and everyone would. Until one calamitous day when the world was divided across 10 and 3 reflections, sundering the land and all who dwelled upon it. And the worst part? No one could remember it. Not really. Just fragments and fleeting memories of an achingly familiar world. A vision shared of a paradise lost. preserved only in song and scripture and paint. Once upon a time. Yet here we find ourselves again, to look, learn, and remember.
Then share with us the stories you know so well. We are listening.
Before the Great Sundering, there was one world. A world that knew naught but peace and prosperity. Until it was faced with a crisis. Unprecedented, terrifying. Civilization found itself perched upon a precipice, staring into oblivion. But through prayer and sacrifice, the will of the star was made manifest. Zodiac was his name. And by his grace was the calamity averted.
Zodiac.
A savior mighty and magnificent, deserving of reverence and gratitude. One would have thought, yet some thought otherwise. From the fears of these naysayers would rise Hydaelyn. She who was to serve as his shackles, to bind him and hold him in check. And so they fought, and they fought, and they fought, and in the end, Hydaelyn was victorious. With all her strength, she smote him, dealing a blow so devastating that it split the very fabric of reality. And thus was Zodiac banished and his being divided. That concludes today's lesson on long-forgotten history. Though I imagine your mother would offer a rather contradictory account, as is her wont.
I'm sorry, I can only assume I misheard. But it sounded an awful lot like you were implying both Zodiac and Hydaelyn are not gods. But...
What? Not gods of the first? Is that what you thought these paintings depicted? Or... Oh. They are gods after a fashion, yes. But no different from the kind with which you are so intimately acquainted. Formed of faith and prayer, of conviction and devotion. The eldest and most powerful of primals.
Really?
You have spun quite a tale. Yet you have not explained the role of the Ascians in all of this. How is it you are privy to ancient secrets lost to time?
Because they live forever?
Finally you ask the right question. And shrewd questions warrant honest answers. We Ascians know because it is our history, our story. It was we who summoned Zodiac, we natives of that sundered paradise. Now, do you see why we yearn for the great rejoining? For our world, for our people, for all creation to be made whole again. Wouldn't you wish for the same?
So, if what he's saying is true and Hydaelyn is a primal, then everybody is brainwashed, right? Huh. That's kind of a mind... Like, that's a big mind F right there. Okay. We'll have to see, I guess. That was an enlightening experience, though not in the way that I had hoped. Do you suppose there is any truth to what Emmett Selk claims? It would explain quite a few things, yeah. Although it does paint the Ascians in a light where they're no longer bad guys, which I find it hard to believe that they're not. But then, if we were brainwashed, that's kind of how it would feel. So it makes more sense. I don't know. Those recent events plainly warrant further discussion. I think it best that we wait until Alphino and the others are present. Emmett Selk concluded. How convenient that he should choose this moment to keep to the shadows. Of course. Well, no matter. For the present, we should return to Fanau. Yeah, we should return to Fanau and make certain of Yulmorian's withdrawal. After that, Slitherbow, the blessed are no doubt elated by what has become of the sky. Yeah. Oh, that's right, because it's dark out. They're going to freak out, aren't they? That's true. Even with good intentions, genocide is still genocide, yeah. But, what's the saying? The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Usually the people that think they're doing the most good are the ones hurting the most people. It just throughout history, that's kind of been true. Pretty much in every society, too. It's like people that think they have a righteous cause end up doing the most harm. But then in a way, like based on what I currently know, you could say the same thing about the Warriors of Light. Every time we try to fix something, we hurt more people. We make something worse. Sometimes we make things better. At least better to our perspective. Yeah, a lot of movies do cover that same topic, yeah. In a way, with AI going the way it's going, it's kind of like we're living Terminator as we speak. WOL? What's WOL? I feel like I know what it means, but I don't at the same time. You were returned and unharmed, I see. Warrior of Light, yes. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Warrior of Light is violent whirlwind on the populace, yeah. It's like, when you think about it, like, we're helping a lot of people, but we're all... Hello? Okay, there we go. My mic died for a second. When you think about it, we're constantly like helping out our people, but we're harming like all the beast tribes along the way, trying to get them to stop doing what they're doing. constantly pushing them down and killing their people. And they're only summoning the primals because they're afraid of us anyways. So, I don't know. In a way, the Ascians are like just a higher level of doing that to us. We're just a beast tribe to them. But you are returned and unharmed, I see. Indeed, I am pleased to report that the Light Warden is no more, thanks to the large part you. That the death of a single Sin Eater should make such a difference. As our numbers waned, so did our hope that the ruins we have devoted our lives to guarding would ever find a purpose. Yet here you are, the allies for whom we waited these many centuries, and with your arrival came a chance to pass on our legacy. The ancient wisdom of the Empire. That alone would have been reward enough. Never did we imagine it would serve to banish the Light Warden, or the light to pervaded? Serve to banish the light that pervaded these woods. On behalf of the Viz, I'm just going to say Viz. On behalf of the Viz, our forebears, and the late Emperor Ronka, you have our deepest thanks. It is we who should be thanking. It is we who should be thanking you. Our journey through Katana Raval proved most enlightening. To be privy to such knowledge is an honor, one which we never hoped. We would have never hoped. Please, you need not be so humble. We but do our duty, as decreed by the late Emperor. Would that he were still with us to express his gratitude in person. But sisters, does this not mean our duty is fulfilled? To our allies, perhaps, but to the ruins, cannot be left unguarded. So long as we live here in these woods, the secret of Ronka must not fall into the wrong hands. Is Runar still here? No, we escorted him back to Slitherbough shortly after you set out. If you would return to the Knights Blessed, we would not keep you any longer. I suspect they would be glad of your company. Yeah, I bet they're gonna... I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how they react to seeing the night sky. Thank you, Almet. I look forward to the day when we might share more leisurely visit to the ruins of Ronka. We will await your return then. The ambiguity of the moral actions and consequences is the heart of Shadowbringers. Yeah. I'm kind of getting that now. It's like the push and pull between light and dark, all that stuff. Oh yeah, I forgot you can fly. That's a cool mount, whatever that was. Oh, something must be going on down there. Is there a... There we go. Alrighty.
Ah, you are returned, and none the worse for wear, I see.
You needn't worry about us. What became of the Umoran soldiers, more importantly?
They turned tail and fled at the sight of the night sky.
Yeah, Ben, I am doing well. It's good to have you back, too.
The children of the everlasting dark have also retreated back to Woven Oath. Try as they might, they could not deny the truth of their own eyes. The sunless sea of heaven, full of love and grace, where none need know pain or suffering.
I feel like it's supposed to be nighttime during this cutscene, but it's daytime.
In that moment, when the sky's light began to wane, I knew our prayers had been answered. That we were doomed to face oblivion at life's end no longer. When first we met, I harbored certain suspicions about you. Now I see that I was right. You are the bringers of shadow, the warriors of darkness, the saviors for whom we have prayed for so long.
I suppose you're not entirely wrong. But we are not worthy of your reverence, nor have we any desire to be worshipped. If you would pray, pray for your children, that they may one day know a better world.
Yeah, this is one that I feel like they... because he was looking up at the sky, and it was just bright light, and he was talking about how dark it was.
I will do as you say. But please, let us at least hold a feast to celebrate your victory. You deserve that much.
I feel like it would have been better for it to be night, but
I'm sorry,
it's not a big deal.
but there is still much to be done and scant time in which to do it. We must go. All of us.
Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to do that.
So be it. I ask only that you hold us in your hearts, as we will hold you in ours. Now, and ever after. By the boundless dark, this I swear.
There's a difference between day and light. Something, but yeah. Yep. Because I know they forced nighttime in the cutscene after you kill the first Light Warden. So, I don't know. I just kind of felt like they would do it here. But I guess it's not quite the same thing. So, I understand they're not doing it. Though it pains me to leave, it is time I returned with you and the others to the Crystarium. But before we go, might I speak with you in private? I will await you in my chambers. I feel like it's going to be funny to see Ishtola and the Exarch back together, because I know she doesn't like him. She doesn't trust him at the very least. Thank you for coming. I thought to keep my suspicions to myself, but after witnessing your victory at Rakatika Falls, I fear they prove true, and so I must share them with you. From the first, when we met at the Fort Gone. From the first, when we met at Fort Gone, your ether has appeared tainted. Suffused? Yeah. Suffused with an overabundance of light, not unlike the Sin Eaters. When you defeated the Light Warden, I fear the light which poured forth from it was not negated by by Heidelin's blessing. Rather, it was absorbed into your being. Urianger also suspected as much, though he was unwilling to share his thoughts on the matter. One thing is certain. With every warden you defeat, the danger to you grows greater perhaps than we can imagine. If you begin to feel anything strange, anything at all, pray inform me at once. You should hurry, before the others begin to worry. Once I have sorted my things here, I will join you. Yeah, there's going to have to be a way to balance out the light with the dark, right? I'm assuming that's kind of where we're going. With the absorbing too much light type of thing. Oh, you're going to come for a visit? And yeah, that first cutscene was pretty epic. I loved that zone. The one with all the purple, like, purple foliage and stuff. Because during the day, it's like all silverish. And the light's blown out and it's hard to see. Because it's too bright. But then, oh, it's just out there. Okay. But then, when it becomes nighttime and the blown out lights go away and everything's like just soft and purple and it feels really nice. I feel like I could just lay down in a field and go to sleep if that was like a real place. Lakeland, that's what it's called. We took our last patrol on the perimeter. All things considered, Slitherbow remains relatively unscathed. Thanks to the antidote, all those who were poisoned will make a full recovery. And with the night sky returned, their prayers have been answered. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we be off then? Art thou certain this is the best, or this is best? I'll not deny there is a part of me that wishes I could stay. For 2 years I have lived with the blessed, learned their culture, even going so far as to adopt Master Matoya's name as my own. I but pray I did not honor. I but pray I did honor to it. Now, is it not time for now is not time for doubt or hesitation. Come, we must return to the Crystarium. Apparently leaves and coloring reflect what would happen IRL with a lack of sun. Oh. That would make sense. I know, like I've seen like little like documentaries and stuff where, you know, scientists are looking at like planets that they've discovered far away that are kind of Earth-like, and like some of them have different colored like oceans and stuff. Assuming it's water, you know, it'll be like instead of being like blue and dark blue like ours, some of them have like a reddish or a dark green tint. And then like the plants are different colored as well. Like it's kind of crazy to look at some of those because they say they're Earth-like, but they look nothing like Earth. As far as the colors go. So, and that probably has something to do with like the amount of light and like the microscopic like sea creatures and stuff that live within the ocean to change the colors and stuff. So, yeah, it probably does. You're probably right. It does reflect what it would look like with lack of light. All things considered, it's hardly surprising that Alphino and Alice have yet to arrive. But where is the Exarch? Yeah, they do put the extra mile into things. They kind of do that with everything in this game. They just kind of they take it to another level when it's not really required of them. But I think that's why so many people love the game so much. My friends, 'tis good to see you all again. Alphino, it has been too long. I assume your presence here means you've brought word of the warden hiding in Raktika? Yeah. Found and slain, you say? I should have known. Yulmore has recently dispatched soldiers to all corners of Novrandit to defend them. I am glad to see your efforts were wasted on the Greatwood. Their efforts were wasted on the Greatwood. Speaking of Yulmore, what came of the meeting with Vothri? Yes, about that. It proved to be... Ugh. Yeah, that, that just about explains it all. Exarch, you mustn't push yourself. Your time away from the tower has clearly taken its toll. No doubt, you all are tired as well. Having traveled so far, why don't you all take a much-needed rest before we discuss our findings? I thought to propose the very same. After your clash with the warden, you deserve a chance to recuperate. It's settled then. We reconvene after everyone's had time to settle in. Yeah, the world and characters are what propelled it to your favorite game. Whether you're raiding or just hanging out. Yeah. Like, it's just, I don't know, like, it just has a different feeling when you log into Final Fantasy compared to other games. Like, I do feel like I can chill out. Although, like, I haven't been able to play it as much because I'm just playing it, like, I'm playing just MSQ on stream. And outside of MSQ, I don't have all that much to do. I guess I could do other things, like I could start doing like extremes or whatever, and you know, some of that stuff. But I'm waiting until I finish the MSQ because I like to do things and like I like to finish things that I start before I start something else. And the MSQ is one of the things that's like really got me stuck into the game, anyways. As far as like wanting to keep coming back. So whenever I log on, it's like, okay, I want to play MSQ, but I only have 45 minutes to play, so I'm just not going to play MSQ, and I'll do a couple duty finders because I'm streaming the MSQ. Welcome back, miss. Return from a lengthy excursion, I take it. Well, your room has been made ready, if you care to retire. I could pick up crafting. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know. I can't see myself like getting really into crafting in Final Fantasy, but maybe. Very good. I pray you sleep sound, sweet dreams, whatever. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so like one of the things I ended up doing was looking through Final Fantasy glamours. Oh, that's kind of funny just looking at your gear. I hadn't planned that. Looking at Final Fantasy glamours, and I saw this one online, and I was like, oh, I have to have that
There's
one.
a light sealed inside you, is there? You wouldn't know it from the outside. You look the same as you ever did to me.
Yeah. But yeah, I had to get that glamour. And it wasn't super hard to put together either, which is something that I was really happy about. But I can't get the helmet because it's like a previous like quest reward from the MSQ that I didn't pick. So the face mask that went with this that makes it look really cool, I can't get it. At least that I know of. I haven't been able to find another alternative way of, getting it. I must stay the course for the others. And what if that changes? What if it overwhelms me? Then I suppose there's not to do but rest. The one in the middle sounds like a better conversational one.
I'm damned if I know. It's not as if I can lift a finger to help myself, much less you.
Ardbert.
Have faith in your friends, look out for them, and hope that they look out for you. What more can you do? Think he was telling the truth? Emmett, I mean. All that rot about Hydaelyn being no different from any other primal. If so, what would that make her blessing? Are we just slaves to her will?
Ardbert's thinking the same as me.
Let's pay him no mind. Lies the Ascian stock in trade.
The Calamity Salvager, what's that?
Villains, heroes, all a matter of perspective, they'd have you believe. One man's fond memory, another's waking nightmare. Me, I'm no saint or savior. Just another sinner. And I know damn well I'm in no position to judge. When I saw the people of Slitherbough look up at the sky and celebrate the return of the dark, felt good. It was moments like that that I cherished. Much more than the thrill of adventure. The quiet after the storm. I always took comfort in that.
Okay. I might have to go check that out. Because it was like this really cool like mask, and it looks kind of like mechanical in a way. So it's like it really fits like a cyberpunk theme that the outfit was kind of going for initially. So yeah, I'll have to go check that out. The Calamity Salvager. Okay. Good to know. Meanwhile, in meanwhile in Garlemald. It's been a while since we saw anything going on in Garlemald. Batman and Batman.
What did the scouts have to report?
Several skirmishes, but nothing of consequence. The fighting seems to have taken its toll on both sides.
Oh, Estinian and Gaius, got it.
A stalemate, then. The Alliance has done well to hold the line for so long. But then they did have Ishgardian reinforcements.
Nevertheless, neither side has any appetite for a prolonged engagement. 'Tis but the calm before the storm. And should the Empire choose to bring their full might to bear?
To say nothing of Black Rose. All the more reason to hasten our search. How close are your people to identifying our next target?
Close enough, though I have received some troubling intelligence. One of our generals posted to the Alamegan front recently disappeared without trace from the battlefield at Gimlet Dark.
The team up we never knew we wanted. Yeah, exactly.
Odd. Dead seems unlikely. Fled less so. I wonder where he'll turn up.
Were I a betting man, I would say here, in the capital. Not that any deserter who valued his life would contemplate returning, but a corpse might, given the right encouragement.
In the manner of his royal remains, you mean?
Elidibus plainly has no need of a new host, so the question becomes who? It may be that another player has joined the game. Something to consider at any rate. But come, there is work to be done.
These bloodless games make for poor sport. Mayhap if father... Nay. I am a stranger to him in this body. Besides, there is but one hand that can make me whole again. My enemy. My friend. I know not what entertainment occupies you, but if you will not clear the way for me, then I shall seize the reins of fate once more.
The Kenna mask, the one with the red eyes? No, it was like a full face mask, and it had some really like interesting angles on it. It's hard to describe. It was like a bandana, but it covered like your forehead down, but it looked like a solid piece of metal. It's hard to explain. I'd have to show you. I think it was I'm pretty sure it was a Heavensward, or early on in Stormblood reward. Because it was like item level 200. Something like that. Like 210 maybe. Uh-oh. I'm pretty sure it wasn't the Beast Tribe, though. Okay, yeah, it would be Heavensward then. It was like meant for a Dragoon, the reward. So I didn't even have... Well, I guess I could have picked it, but I didn't pick the Dragoon reward, obviously. Because I'm playing... At the time I was playing Dancer. No, I was playing Monk at that point. So... I suspect you might be... I suspected you might be awake. I could scarce imagine you sleeping through such a commotion. An entire host of Sin Eaters appears to be advancing upon the Crystarium. Emergency measures are being taken as we speak. Really? Rest assured, however, that we are safe so long as we remain under the Crystal Tower's aegis. You may return to your quarters if you wish. Yes, I thought you might feel that way, and I cannot say that your assistance would not be anything less than welcome. I must remain here to disseminate. Got it. I must remain here to disseminate information to the other residents, but you are under no such obligations, and thus free to aid any of the townsfolk who may be in distress. The Excedra, etc. The Excedra tends to become a point of congregation. The Excedra. I guess that's placed within the Crystarium. Congregation in times of need, crowded with those seeking solace and companionship. Maybe that's the end. Oh, you can see you? You would have my personal gratitude if you were to offer succor to those. Is this you here? I feel like my stream's probably lagging a little bit. Yep, it is. There you go. Very cool. Is that a chest piece, or like you not wearing anything? I had to look. Okay, it is. Okay. Yeah, that's very cool. It's the chest piece. Vernice. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, what data center did you come over from? It's kind of cool that everybody can, like, this alt is based on Ether. Yeah, it's kind of cool that everybody can, like, go over to other people's data centers and stuff now. I guess with 7.0 or something, they're making it even easier. It's more similar to like World of Warcraft was, or is, I should say. Although I do hope that they don't make it as the same as World of Warcraft, because in WoW, like, you'll be playing and you'll see people from basically every other realm, and it kind of makes your realm feel pointless. It's like, why did I even pick one? You made a new main. On the OS data centers? Oh, when the new one's launched. Got it. Yeah, I thought about it, but I also thought, like, it'd be more interesting to pick up this character again, which was my original one. I don't even remember why I made it on the Balmung server, you know, all those years ago. So, for a few townsfolk are about, and you spy none who appear to be in distress. Ray! I've only just returned from Amegarang. Arang. Meg. Okay. I only just returned from Amarang. Yet, I find the Crystarium moments before being beset by Sin Eaters. Where are they coming from? This should this shouldn't be possible. We restored the darkness. Oh, that's right. They're not supposed to be running around in the dark. Wait. I don't know if they know it's dark or if it's just dark my time. I'm not 100% sure. Well, if the well, this is a fortunate coincidence. Brother, tell me you have some idea tell me you have some idea why this is happening. I may, but for the moment, we'll need to postpone such discussions in favor of action. The Crystal Exarch is preparing to deploy the barrier around the Crystarium as we speak. Ensuring that he is able to do so should be our first concern. There are a number of instruments placed about the Crystarium that function as anchors for the barrier. I'm on my way to activate them now. In which case, 3 pairs of hands would be better than 1. Very well. I will take the ones to the south. I shall deal with the northern apparatus then. Will you handle the western too? They're ensconced. They're ensconced on platforms extending from the upper level of the Aetheryte Plaza. Okay. Oh, you played on Japan for years? You made that alt to stock streamer. I see how it is. Yeah. Is there a reason why you picked to play on Japan? Is it just to play with the Japanese, or do you speak Japanese, that kind of thing? I can imagine it would be kind of difficult considering, like, in Japan, the majority of people don't speak English. It was a connection thing. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Oh, can you not run out? Looked like it stopped you. But, yeah, I always thought it'd be interesting to spend time in Japan. Like, just take a year or two and go out there and, like, teach English and just learn about the country and stuff like that, you know, while I'm there. I still might do that at some point. You never know. Despite having very little idea as to how it functions, it appears that you've activated the device successfully. Okay. Yeah, as a mass fan, I enjoy anime too. I only watch like a couple of them per year, just because Magic Warrior of Light Power. Yes, I just look at things and things work. They know what I want. But yeah, I only watch like a couple anime like per year. Sometimes I won't even watch a new one. I'll rewatch an old one that I like. But generally, like, I don't watch too much like media. I like to actively consume entertainment, so I end up playing video games way more. But yeah, I think moving to Japan, learning the language, and teaching English there could be really fun for a little while. What even is new media? Yeah.
Senator sighted! They're coming!
Excellent. The barrier is holding.
That's good news for the Crystarian, but what of the rest of Lakeland?
Yeah, it's kind of like I've rewatched The Office probably 30 times before they took it off of Netflix. Because it's like I can always put on something new, but then I could just put The Office on and just zone out and not pay attention. So that's kind of what I end up doing most of the time.
Lena and the city guard have taken to the field.
And speaking of like the Sin Eaters attacking here, I think there's two explanations for it. Lord Vothri's involved, and he's sending them over. Or they're getting desperate because we're turning all the lights out, and they're running out of people to eat. So I think one of those two.
The others have already joined them. Let us do the same.
Yeah, I think it has to be one of those two things. They wouldn't just attack for no reason. We ought to join the vanguard as soon as possible. If the number of eaters we just saw is any indication, we are facing a formidable host. They're hogging the yes, they're hogging all the good biscuits. But yeah, I'm glad you made the alt and came out. I've only had a couple people come out and like actually like, you know, say hi in game. What lovely weather. Just what we needed. It seems the battle has already begun in earnest. Make haste. Crystarian forces are engaging the Sin Eaters at various locations across Lakeland. Assist them in defeating the Eaters before they are decimated. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, if you're still around when I do another dungeon, I don't know what time it is for you. You can always come with if you want.
Let's give it our all.
Help is at hand.
Oh, that's funny. I just hit W to use my sprint, but I don't have it bound to that. In World of Warcraft, I have sprint down to W, though. So... Cool. All right.
Leave the healing to me.
I hope this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Sometimes I'm doing these little events, and I'm running through killing a bunch of stuff, and then I find out that it was like the exact opposite of what I was supposed to be doing. Someone up there's very excited. Reaper's a lot of fun. I still like Monk. I'm not planning on like dropping Monk at all. I just felt like because of my let me see if I can bring it up here. Oh, it's this one, right? Yeah, so I felt like because of my classes and jobs and everything, like I have Dancer up at almost 80. I have Monk at 82. I felt like I was past like the leveling. Like I felt like I was wasting XP going through the MSQ by not having another class. So I was gonna level Bard,
I shall protect you.
and then I accidentally found the Reaper quest line, and I was like, oh, I'll do that instead. But yeah, Reaper's a lot of fun. Its attacks are like way slower than Monk. I feel like I'm playing at half speed, but that could be a good thing. Yeah, it's good to spread it out. Reaper does have awesome animations, like just some of the coolest ones, like just the. I do. It's not gonna let me use them. There you go. But yeah, just some of the AoE stuff. It's really cool looking. Yeah. Some of the older jobs and animations would be nice to see some updates on. I feel like Monk, just in general though, like has really good animations for being as old as it is. But I did watch like a small portion of, like I pulled up one of Mr. Happy's videos, and it was like a Monk retrospective thing. It was like an hour-long video. I only made it through like 5 minutes of the video. I'll have to go back and watch it more when I have time, or just listen to it maybe. But he's like going over the whole history of the Monk from like A Realm Reborn to where it is in Endwalker. And just in the first 5 minutes, there was so many changes. It feels like Monk's gotten a lot of love over time. So. But yeah, I've said it a couple times before too, like, Monk feels a lot like Warrior, like, it feels like Fury Warrior from MoP, Mista Pandaria in World of Warcraft. And then Reaper plays a lot like Arms Warrior, where it's like a lot slower and harder hitting. He's been playing, since 1.0. Yeah, so he's been around for a long time then. He definitely seems like it, and he hasn't really lost any love for the game. I know, it's like, what's his name? Ginger Prime that guy. I forget the work to game. That's the stuff. Like, he was pretty cool when I first started playing Final Fantasy like a long time ago. And when I came back a couple times, you know, I'd look at his stuff for information and stuff like that. And then I come back this time and I look at his content. And it's like, he had just made like an I'm quitting WoW video, or I'm quitting Final Fantasy video. And he basically took 10 minutes to explain that he's quitting Final Fantasy because he doesn't like WoW players. And it's like, oh, okay. Like, he always kind of struck me as like kind of an arrogant, you know, person. And yeah. Yeah, no, that's just kind of, he just turned, and it felt like in his quitting video that he was blaming WoW players, because he gave a bunch of like small reasons, and then he's like, yeah, I hate the WoW community. It's like, okay, well, yeah, all right. It was as I feared, or it was as we feared. It's a lot of Sin Eaters. But for our task, it is as ever, turn the tide. Yeah, I don't really know what got him to turn on the community the way he did. You know, I guess he said that he was getting into comedy and stuff too, and then he would make a joke and like half the people would take it wrong, and it's like, well, that's just comedy. You know, especially if you want to do like good comedy. Any good comedian that tells controversial jokes, even a little bit, you know, is gonna get just a massive amount of hate. So, like a really good comedian will turn that around on the person that's hating on them, like the hecklers. You know, they use that as fodder to make more jokes. So. Yeah, he did talk about spending more time with his wife and kids, which is completely understandable, too. So, yeah, I guess, like, if you're feeling burnt out like that, because that's probably a big part of it, too. And, you know, you've got a family, you got a wife, kids, stuff like that. YouTube is more of, like, a hobby for you. You might as well just, you know, not stress out about it. So, the wife and kids thing makes a lot of sense. Oh, yeah, you're right. Then he talked about the comedy thing, and that takes away time from his wife and kids. A little contradictory, yeah. I guess if you're looking at it like that, though, it's like if he was doing comedy and Final Fantasy, you know, then it would take time away from his kids doubly. But he still makes videos. It's not like he doesn't make videos anymore. So it would make more sense if he was leaving YouTube, but and then yeah, he still plays 14 as well. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, they talk about, like, oh, we need to get over here. Oop. You know, people will talk about how toxic, like, the WoW community is. And it's absolutely toxic. it's a really toxic place. But it's also not in a way, because it's like they're less most people there are less willing to put up with other people's crap, and I think that's where the toxicity like sort of comes from. So if somebody's like doing something or saying something, you know, in game, a WoW player is more likely to tell you to, you know, go screw yourself. And I think that comes off as like toxic. So. And maybe that's why he doesn't like the WoW community, because they're more likely to tell him what they think.
Let's give them a show. With heart and speed.
Yeah, that's a really big one. Like the whole reason why I quit WoW in the first place is because of the Blizzard devs and their customer service, because it was so bad. Like we were like my guild in World of Warcraft in Classic, we were doing like really well, and we had done the Scarab Lord event, which is this huge like week-long event. It's like basically you have to play 24/7 for the whole week to be able to do it. And
there are so many.
There is. And we ended up getting one of the Scarab mounts, which is, you know, the rarest mount in game. And as a result, we got a whole bunch of hate. And we had people like doxing our guild members, calling people's like places of work, and, you know, leaving threatening messages and stuff like that. And we had proof of all this stuff. And we reported these people to Discord, and the people at Discord got in touch with us and were like, this is ridiculous. We're hardware banning all of these people. So they were like, their computers were hardware banned. And Blizzard told us to go fuck ourselves. And it's like, okay. So they're like literally like, you know, sending real life threats, doxing us, calling our places of work, trying to get people fired from their jobs over a video game. And you're telling us, too bad. So, customer disservice, exactly. Lena. Is Minfilia gonna get herself in trouble?
Lena, hold on.
They turned on me.
Turned on her. Oh, fuck.
This one is mine!
Dad Crit has arrived.
We need only hold out a little while longer. Reinforcements are coming, remember? The captain said so.
We're going to be all right.
Run! Run, damn you!
The Warrior of Darkness has returned. The Bloody Knight has returned. So stay with me, eh? You can't go dying now.
God damn it!
Please let this work. Please let this work. No. No, no. Stay back. Stay back.
Help! Help! Anyone!
Why did you spare me? Why? What have I done to deserve this mercy?
Forward! Forward! If you can still hold a sword, follow me! Wounded to the rear! Weapons at the ready! Let's make this count!
Fight and struggle. Seek salvation by your own hands. Though the losses be grave, endure them. Though the victories be hollow, claim them.
Yeah, that's rough. I keep hoping in moments like that you're gonna like come flying from the corner of the screen and save him at the last moment. At least I'm just I feel kind of bad thinking that at least they didn't show it like they did with Tesleen when she was turned. I know that they weren't turned, you know, but I'm just glad that they didn't show it. It seems we've driven them back, for the time being at least. The wounded have been collected and are undergoing treatment now. Once they're ready to be moved, we'll have them carried back to the Crystarium. Yeah, the grim realities for sure. The dead as well, of course. Those whose bodies remain, anyway. Yeah, it would have increased the age rating. They want to. I think it's rated T, right? They probably want to keep it that way. The others are helping treat the wounded. I'm planning to assist moving them, but even so, we simply don't have enough hands. I'm sure you're fit. I'm sure you're fit to fall over. What we've been through. Gods know I am. But if you could see to a few of the patients, it would be an enormous help. Captain Lena is about somewhere, so you might also consider asking her if there are any outstanding areas of need. We'll talk later. Yep. It's it's what's it called? The writers for Shadowbringers are emotional terrorists. I. With tear-filled eyes, a prone man gazes up at you. His fingers twitch, as if though to reach for you, but he lacks the strength to raise his hand. Yeah, and it's kind of funny when you think about it, like, well, I guess it's not really funny, but it's interesting when you think about it, like, a lot of the things that are censored, like, in the United States, like, it's swapped as far as, like, other countries to the United States. Like, the United States, I feel like you'd be more likely to show somebody, like, get completely cleaved in half and their guts fall out. Whereas in other countries, that's not acceptable. But in the United States, it's, like, unacceptable to show, like, you know, nudity and stuff like that. It's, like, this weird reverse dichotomy. It's, like, where sexual stuff is okay in other countries where it's not in the United States. But violence is okay in the United States, and it's not okay in other countries. It's kind of funny to think of the reverse censorship as far as, like, ratings go. Don't touch me. I killed her. I killed her. She was one of them. I know. But I... Yeah, every country has different definitions of explicit, yeah. It's kind of weird, considering, like, the world's become more of, like, a... I guess, like, a global society than it ever has been, you know, over the past years, but it's still, like, regional like that. Like, Australia's crazy weird about censorship and stuff. Like, the stuff they find objectionable just seems weird to literally everybody else. Thank you, but it's too late. One of them got me. If I turn, please kill me, I beg you. Yeah, like, I never know what to expect from Australia as far as, like, what's going to be okay and what's not. And in a weird way, there's actually a large number of game devs that they find it it's like winning an award if you get your game banned in Australia. Because Australian sales generally don't, like, account for very much as far as, like, the market share goes. So losing them is not a big deal, you know, as far as money. But you'll sell more games in other countries if you get banned in Australia. So there's a lot of game devs that will intentionally try to get banned in Australia because of it. It's kind of funny. They've been banning a lot less games recently, but in the past it was like that a lot.
Oh, I did not see you there.
Postal.
Is there something you need?
Yeah, Postal is one. I think I never played it, but, like, that game Hatred, which is similar to Postal, I think that one got banned. Yeah, there's a few of them. GTA almost got banned, and there was, like, huge news about that, like GTA 5. So, yeah, you get big headlines and a lot of free publicity if you can get banned in Australia. No, I'm fine. How are you feeling? Shouldn't you be resting? What would the guards do without you? Without the captain? Yeah. I think that's the best one.
Appoint another. A captain's place is with her soldiers in the field. Don't pretend you are not of the same mind. You fought well today. Saved a great many lives. Thank you. Unfortunately, this war is far from over. We must replenish our ranks and shore up our defenses before they attack again. Now, if you will excuse me.
I'm still not sure who turned on her.
I am fine. Completely and utterly fine. Better than fine. Hale and hearty and still alive to mourn those who are not. Who I failed to protect when they needed me most. We've come so far, so goddamn far. I could have sworn the end was in sight, and now... Now they will never see it.
Impudent worms of the Castellum!
Yeah. I guess it doesn't depend on what she meant by turned. Vothri's time is impeccable, of course. Yeah.
The tragedy that has befallen you is of your own making. Divine retribution for your defiance. The heavens have bequeathed to you a benevolent savior, me. I offer you freedom from pain and suffering. A paradise where man and seed-eater might live in peace and harmony.
The blimp's voice from a blimp.
Our winged brothers and sisters regard me and mine as kin, alike to them in beauty and purity. But you not only reject my prophet hand, but raise your own against my sin-eaters. It is only right that they respond in kind. Let this be a lesson to all those who would walk the path of sin. The wicked shall not inherit this world!
Vothri's ship is already gone. How flattering that it came all this way just to give us a little speech. I apologize for my earlier outburst. Rest assured that I have no intention of allowing any of my wounds to affect the performance of my duties, especially not now. If I may, could I ask that you seek out Thancred and Minfilia for me? They endangered themselves on my behalf, and I would feel better knowing that they are well looked after. Thancred in particular sustained quite an injury from the Sin-Eater. I would not be surprised if he were Spadgerix. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if he were in Spadgerix still. Spadgerix. I don't know what that is. Please give him, please give them my thanks. Yeah. It can be tough to say, but I feel like a lot of people are always complaining that, you know, there's no peace. There's always fighting, stuff like that. Like, what was the name of the bunny back here? Let's check. I always forget everybody's names. Lena? Yeah. Like, Lena is really upset. How's it going, Solid? Hope you're still enjoying the game. Yeah, no, thanks for stopping by. I am enjoying it. Yeah. No, it's really good. And Shadowbringer is obviously, like, it keeps getting better. The story's, like, just... it's really, really good. But, yeah, like I was saying, Lena... She was, really upset. You know, it's like, oh, we're getting so close. I felt like I could see the light at the end of the tunnel, that kind of thing. Where... usually, like, you know, everybody's always fighting for that piece. And when they get the piece, they don't know what to do with it. It's like the journey's always more important than the destination, even if it's a really difficult journey. It's the struggles, you know, overcoming certain things with your, you know, alongside your friends, even though there's loss, that kind of thing. So in a weird way, it's almost better to not have peace than it is to have peace. Because usually, like, when there is peace and there's too much of it, then people, like, start fighting amongst themselves. The voice acting was on point in that scene. It was really good. But the voice actors in general just do really good. In Final Fantasy, at least. Ah, here we go. Oh, you knew right where I was going. You're here for me? I'm sorry to put you, to the trouble. I'm sorry to put you to the trouble. That is what... okay. I'm fine, really. I feel like that should have said through. Not to. Oh, yeah, see you later, Andrea. Thanks for stopping by. The Eater landed on an unfortunate solid blow. But the healers here have done wonders. I'm more worried about Minfilia. She's not taking it well. Could I ask you to speak with her? My attempts to reach out seem to have had the opposite effect. She's gone off to the Hortorium, ostensibly to fetch herbs for Chesamil. Chesamil? Yeah. But just talk to her, will you? It's really kind of cool that they built this this thing kind of underground. I think it's underground. I wonder, can we see that from up top somewhere? I'll have to look when I'm up there next. All right. Minfilia appears to be lost in thought. Perhaps a gentle poke. Eep. Oh. What are you doing here? Thancred. It's my fault, you know. I jumped at the chance to help Lena, but I was careless, and now it's my fault. You can make up for it by being there for him. Then you'll be wanting to get those herbs to the for the healer. I'll say the first one. You can make up for it by being there for him. Are you sure? I brought him nothing but troubles thus far. And what if it's worse than what if it's worse next time? All I do is make mistakes, put others in danger. I'm sure that he'll I'm sure that he'll resent me for being this weak. Maybe he already does. But you're right. I can still help, if only by seeing these herbs safely to Chesamil. There are only 2 left on the list, but I'll need to ask about this one. I've looked high and low, and I can't seem to find it anywhere. Would you mind collecting the other? I would hate to delay any longer than I already have. You're looking for something with soft leaves that's very fragrant in an unmistakable medical way. It sounds gross. I was told we only need 2 sprigs or so. Once you've got them, you can bring them directly to Chesamil. Whoever gets there first can explain that the other will be back shortly. Thank you. I appreciate the help. All right. So it looks like we're searching for some stinky flowers. Plant has soft leaves and smells strongly medicinal. Well, that was easy. It probably, like, it makes me think of, like, the, what's that called? The herbal healing or, like, natural healing section of, like, a store or something. Like, you walk by it and it just stinks. Smells like a big mix of, I don't know, just... It's really difficult to describe, but it's like you know it when you smell it. And it kind of makes me uncomfortable. Yeah, there's like no other... There's nothing really to compare it to. Like, usually you can compare a smell to another one, but it doesn't smell like anything else. And it's usually, like, horrifyingly strong. It's kind of funny because I feel like if you were to make like a poison shop, it would probably smell the same as like a medical shop as far as like medicinal healing stuff goes, or natural healing stuff goes. Yes, it's like 200 potent smells. Minfilia told me that you would be bringing the rest. I guess Minfilia made it back first. Marvelous. With this, I can replenish our stores of medicines. We're struggling to keep up with the number of wounded that are being brought in. I wasn't on the field, but it doesn't matter. The patient's faces make plain that it was a horrible battle. And we're still fighting it, I suppose. Though, with bitter medicine rather than sharp steel. But we'll win. I promise you that. It seems that I owe you an apology for dragging you to yet another battlefield when you've just come off the front lines. In both cases, I'm sure your efforts saved more than a few. With Spagirix, such a weird name. With Spagirix in good working order, the Crystarium people will be well cared for. More lie ahead, of course. Battle only for battle only you can fight. Battles only you can fight. Yeah. Not that we've intended to let you do it alone, but that's matter to discuss with the Exarch. Spagirix. Got it. Thank you. You know the Exarch? We do. Was there something you needed? I need to tell him something for me. I need you to tell him something for me. My dearest friend, you see, he was there on the battlefield with me, but only the one of us is here to speak of it. At the end, before the wound killed him, I heard his dying words. I never knew that our world was this beautiful, he told me. I'm so glad that I got to see the night sky. I don't know how the Exarch feels about what happened out there. I don't know if it was Vothri said is true. I don't know if what Vothri said is true. If our losses were our just deserts, and we doomed ourselves to worse by continuing to fight this fight. But I believe the Warrior of Darkness in the Crystal Exarch. I don't think what they've done is wrong. And I don't think we're wrong to fight with them either. My friend, he smiles in the end. Just as he smiles when he raises his glass to celebrate the return of the night. That's how I want to remember him. So I want to tell the Exarch, don't give up. Don't give in. Please. We'll tell him. You have my word. Yeah, it is a weird word. Oh, getting some armor. 409. If you're ready, why not go ahead to the Ocular? You can keep the Exarch company while I fetch Alphanode. Don't worry. I mean to borrow the swiftest Amaro I can find. So we shouldn't keep you long. Be sure to pass the message, eh? All right. Oh, you're just one step ahead of me the whole way. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? Yes. Welcome, my friend. Tales of your heroism on the battlefield precede you. though I confess I found them more gladdening than surprising. I hear no few of our people have you to thank for plucking them from the jaws of death. Would that they not needed saving to begin with, but the responsibility for that lies with me. You played the entire MSQ 3 to 5 times? More of the earlier parts? Yeah, I bet. Yeah. And you said you like to follow streamers around too as they're playing through, so you've probably seen it even more than that, right? It's a really good story. You know, it's like one of my favorite animes is Your Lie in April, and it's a really, really good story, and I've watched it probably about 20 times just because of the story, so you know, I get it. One of the soldiers said that, "Thank you. Rest assured that I fully intend to continue our work. I will not shrink from what must be done, now least of all." Yeah, I mean, if you like Shadowbringers, just because of if you like emotional stories, you should watch it. It's really, really good. I know most people haven't watched it, but it's easily like close to 10 out of 10, story-wise. Like it's really, really good. It's funny because almost nobody I know has actually watched it, and I always recommend it, and then nobody ever watches it. It's kind of funny. But it's just a 24 episode show. It's really, really, really good. Though I mourn the lost, I will not lose myself to the grief, and even should regret be my constant companion, I will follow the path I have chosen to its end. Yeah, no, I've watched it so many times. Never really expanded upon. Yeah. As we have some time before the others arrive, if you'd like to talk, as will I. The Warrior of Light doesn't talk, we nod. Of that I have no doubt, and if ever should we appear to falter, it will only be because we are fatigued after the battle we fought well. After well fought. After battle well fought. I thank you for your kind words. Now, we have plans to make, do we not? That's kind of a cool shot.
My friends, with your aid, we have weathered a brutal assault.
You love the morally ambiguous, character-driven stories. Well, it's without giving anything away, like Your Lie in April is it's definitely really like heavily character-driven. It's not morally ambiguous, for the most part, but it's kind of like a redemption arc type story. It's really amazing. Yeah. It's the only anime that I know the Japanese name for. It's Shigatsu wa Kimi no Uso. It's the only one I actually know it for. So yeah, after you've given it a shot, you'll have to let me know what you thought. Naruhodo? Odo?
Sorry I'm late, though I would not have been had anyone thought to notify me in advance.
as I was saying, it was only with your aid that we weathered this assault. Without it, the Crystarium and all who dwell here would now be gone.
For each we saved, another perished. If there is anything else we can do to help, anything at all, you need only ask. This is our home too, and we want nothing more than to keep it safe.
Thank you. We are blessed to have you with us.
Oh, got it. You understand in Japanese. Okay.
As for the attack itself, Vorthri may call it divine retribution, but Sin Eaters are creatures of instinct. A coordinated assault is unprecedented.
Yeah, I've studied a little bit of Japanese, but like what I can speak and understand is like maybe that of like a 2-year-old at best. So.
Moreover, in the absence of a Light Warden, there should have been no compulsion for lesser Sin Eaters to congregate here en masse. All of which points to a single, unavoidable conclusion.
That these minions of light answer to a higher power.
Yeah, a lot of people have learned Japanese from anime.
He who did claim kinship with them, who did boast of control, not in idleness, 'twould seem, but in earnest. Lord Vorthri.
Indeed. What I mistook for bluster was in fact the truth. The Sin Eaters are his to command. But if he imagines this show of force will convince us to bend the knee, he is sorely mistaken.
I take it your meeting in Yulmore did not end well.
You could say that, yes. But I am wiser for the experience nevertheless. It appears he has mastered a technique which allows him to enslave the minds of others. A fact I discovered when he attempted to use it on me.
That would go some way towards explaining the peculiar reverence afforded him by his subjects. There may feasibly be a handful of true believers among them, I suppose, but it would not surprise me if the vast majority were in his thrall.
Had I not anticipated his treachery, I might well have joined them. But seeing his invitation for what it was, I sent a glamour in my stead. I rather doubt such tricks will avail me a second time, however.
Did you have any luck tracking down the Light Warden in Calusia?
Sadly, I have nothing to report on that front. What of Arm-Arang?
After a fruitless few days scouring ruins, I resorted to asking the locals. While no one I spoke to had seen any sign of the Warden, I did uncover a possible lead. An abandoned mine in western Arm-Arang. From what the Maud told me, it would be a perfect place to stay out of sight.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's not like he gives us much of a choice, though. He does just kind of show up and then give his input.
Of course, I could never hope to explore such a labyrinth quickly or safely on my own, so I returned here.
Even should we all join in the endeavor, an exhaustive search could take weeks, and with no guarantee of finding anything.
The Wardens harbor vast reservoirs of primordial light, do they not? Far beyond anything found in lesser Sin Eaters. And isn't it true that the Oracle could see the light of a Sin Eater from miles away? Surely a Warden would seem like a blazing beacon by comparison. To the real Oracle of Light, I mean. The real Menphilia. If we travel to Arm-Arang, to the south where she halted the flood, I could summon her back. What do you think?
Don't.
To the point.
Don't what? Do what I can. What we both know is right.
Do not presume to know my mind. You have no idea what you're proposing.
But I do. I know why you never said anything. Because you thought you could keep me safe by keeping me in the dark. And maybe I thought so too. But I knew, Thancred. I always knew.
Oh, I see. I thought you were a rather underwhelming reincarnation, but it all makes sense now. The Oracle lies dormant within you, doesn't she? But to draw on her true power, you must become one, both body and soul. To wit, one being must consume the other. Who shall be the lucky winner?
This doesn't concern you, Ascian.
But it plainly concerns you. Which is why your heart is ready to burst out of your chest.
It does seem like he's got nothing better to do.
In your bosom, however, you have never once opened up to your young charge. Now, why would that be? Love. Well, I, for one, think it's a marvelous idea. Certainly more promising than any of your other suggestions. So, it's off to Armorang we go.
Now he's making decisions for us.
I'll meet you at the gates.
Yeah, he's just one of us. It is funny how he stands. He's just like... He kind of leans a little bit forward. He's standing there like he's just barely putting the effort into maintaining an upright posture. It's kind of funny. I'm sorry to be I'm sorry to be so insistent, but I know this is the only way. Yeah, like he has weight on his shoulders. If you're willing to give me a chance, come with us. Oh, where are we headed to? It's been nothing but dark and rainy. Like the whole time I've been in the game. If your last friend was Elidibus, yeah. I hang out with new people instead. Yep. I wouldn't blame him either. That looked like Lena. Sorry for the wait. I'm ready now. And you're sure you want to do this? Completely sure? Or there has to be another way. Go with the first one. Look, no matter what happens to me, I'm sure that I don't want to go back to being who I was. I want to be stronger, strong enough to face my destiny, and I want to believe that I can play a part in saving this world. I hope you can find it in yourself to believe it too. When you put it that way, how could we not? It is your decision to make. Just be sure that you are prepared when the time comes. If all is assembled, shall we depart? We'll follow your lead. What route would you have us take? About that, there's something I neglected to mention. I saw a Yulmoran airship coming to land over Amarang while I was on my way back to the Crystarium. That would have been pretty important information. Yeah. No doubt the same vessel that bore Vothri's force in Rakitika. Meaning we can expect to encounter armed resistance on our journey through the region. Right. Now, Nabatharang? Nabatharang lies in the southern reaches of Amarang, and there are 2 routes we can take to get there. Okay. The first eastern route, which would lead us past Mord Suk. Oh, that's where we were. Yeah. So that's okay. The other is the western route, which would require us to pass through Hills of Amber. Menphilia and I will take the eastern route. Took the eastern route last time. Yes, that is more well-trodden path. It also makes it easier to travel. It also makes for easier traversal of Naboth Severance. But we can't use it. If we did, we need to cross the Severance from the point nearby the inn in Journey's Head. If the Yulmorans caught wind of our approach, it could very well bring them into contact with the inn and its patients. That's, yeah, not a good idea. And we can be sure their activities would be met would not be met with Vothri's approval. Yeah, because they're killing the Sin Eaters before the people turn into Sin Eaters. It will make the journey more arduous, but I believe it would be safer to take the western route, which brings me to my proposition. While you make through the Hills of Amber in the west, I will draw the Yulmorans' attention elsewhere in the area of to an area in the east I know to be uninhabited. Got it. That way you'll have a chance of reaching Nabatharang unopposed and without risk of civilians. I cannot deny that that it's a sound plan, but nor can I allow you to go alone. My skills will make your task at least somewhat easier. Will they not? I will accompany you as well. It will afford us a chance to have proper conversations. And if I go with the others, I'm likely to say something Thancred will regret. Well then, we'll leave the work of distracting Vothri's forces to you. The rest of us will take the western route and try to avoid attracting attention. Sasstola. She has gotten very sassy. With that in mind, I think it best that we follow the road from the bridges. We'll move faster with a solid path under our feet. Well, borrow a few Amaro for our journey. I leave the rest to you, Minfilia. Thank you. I'll try not to disappoint. The Corthian area was green instead of snowy. I didn't notice that. I didn't even recognize that it was Corthia then. I'll have to go back and double check. I guess I probably just skipped over that part, or like when it said Corthia, or maybe I just didn't notice. I guess it makes sense, because like if they didn't have that, there'd be no snowy like biome area. I could have sworn I got all the things out here. What am I missing? Oh, I didn't get any of them. I only have one. Yeah, I'll have to go back and look at the video again. Because that's kind of interesting that they did that. It's cool that they changed it. It shows like the big changes within the world. There you are. The gate leading to Amarang is just up ahead. In all the time I've been here, I've never ventured into the Hills of Amber. Not that I'm particularly intimidated by new lands at this point, but we have more than enough reasons to be cautious as it is. Keep an eye on Minfilia for me, would you? Not sure if it was Corthia, as I never played 1.0, but gotcha. So the environment like mostly stayed the same. It's just kind of snowy now. It kind of worked out well with oh, I can't remember the lady that was like turning herself into a primal that was with the dragon was like dating that person, and then she like came back and like turned herself into a primal. I can't remember the names of the dragon, or I'm really, really bad with names. But yeah, it was like an ice primal. It kind of fits the area way better. Off so soon, Mistress Zero. You've barely had time to recover from the battle. You sailed, that's it, yes. Yeah. Because she was like, she turned herself into the, like that ice primal. Which has that really cool fight that they use for like sound design examples and stuff. Because she like clicks her heel and like shatters the ice and stuff. It fits much better with a zone that's frozen than a zone that's not. Well, if you're certain, I'm hardly in a position to question you.
Take comfort in the bonds you share. Accept the pain when the time comes to part. Press on, for joy and sorrow walk hand in hand. Beyond Mount Garrick lie the hills of Amber, beneath which run hidden veins of mineral wealth. Or ran, at least. Mayhap they are spent. Or mayhap the ringing of hammers can yet be heard below.
First happens in coils. I haven't done coils. I did try to find a group, though, for it, and I just wasn't able to. This place has been scarred by a flood too? By the flood? Yeah. This place has been scarred by the flood too. Who can say what lies ahead? But whatever else this road may be, it is mine to travel. And I don't plan to take a moment of the time I spend upon it for granted. Ah. Well, now, what is this? Sturdy chest figure with headgear. Okay. I'm gonna keep it. I don't know if I want to pop those open on my Reaper or not. I take it you are seeing what I'm seeing. Finding a village when we are hardly 10 paces into the hills is a surprising stroke of luck, especially given our recent fortunes. But you won't hear any complaints from me. Let's see if the folk who live there or live here can tell us what to expect from the road ahead. Coils has the proper ending for 1.0. Oh, you can do it unsynced. Okay. I didn't even think about that. Ah. Yeah, no, I hadn't even thought about that. I don't know. For some reason, like, I don't even think about doing any of the dungeons and stuff like that unsynced in Final Fantasy. Like, it just doesn't really occur to me. Whereas in World of Warcraft, that's something I would have done. Just blasted through it. But then, World of Warcraft's default is to be unsynced, so... It's story heavy? Okay. Yeah, so I'll have to go back and do it then. Yeah, because the first time I tried to do it, I I thought that I was queuing for like a normal raid in Duty Finder, and I ended up sitting in queue for over an hour, and I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna wait any longer because this is ridiculous. I just assumed that nobody used Duty Finder for raids at first, and then I realized I was doing it wrong. So, you sell? No. You are no merchant. But then, why do I know your face? Oh, I remember. You spent Vobert gold. Such a coin purse cracking. You are already a legend among Mord traders. You are a traveling merchant, then? Can you tell us anything about this village? Of course. Anything for valued customers. This place is Garrick. Before the flood, it was home to many miners. After, not so many. Now, none. So Master Gingin borrowed the village, made it into a trading post. Very convenient location. In which case, you all must be familiar with the local roads, correct? We're on the way to Nabatharang ourselves. If we continue south from here, will it be difficult? Will we have any difficulties reaching it? Oh yes, great difficulty. The flood rent stone and crushed the mines surrounding Nabatharang. Only steep cliffs and collapsed tunnels remain. Oh no. But surely there must be a way. Do you know any of the Mord might have some sort of hidden route? Perhaps. You ask, they tell. Tell for free, even? To friends of our best customer. Wonderful. Thank you for your help. Well then, best customer. Let's see what information your reputation buys us. Oh, Coils was written by the lead Shadowbringers writer? That's pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, because I know before I started Shadowbringers, everybody was, like, in my comments, people were like, you have to do this raid, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. And it was like this huge list of things that kept growing. And eventually I was like, if I do all these things, I'm never going to be able to, like, actually get into the story. So I just, I started, and I did some of them, but not all of them. So there's still some that I need to do, like the, what is it? By look. It's J. It's not that one. I think that's Coils. I don't know what this one was. I have a raid, or I have a quest for one of the raids still. I don't know which one it was. You wish to go to Nabatharang, hmm? There was a way, once, a gondola down from the cliffs, but it was built for those who had left something behind that they wished to retrieve. Now, there is nothing left, and no one left to use it. You may search for it, if you'd like, but I doubt that it is rusted. I doubt that its rusted wires would bear your weight. He's calling me fat. You hastily take down a memo regarding the gondola. Okay. Yeah, see, I did some of the Alexander ones, I think, is the ones that I did. Maybe Omega? I think I did some Omega ones, too. I definitely didn't finish all of them, though. Maybe I'll have to do that off stream sometime soon. I might have made it past the point of actually, like, having them be meaningful, because the reason people were telling me to do those anyways was so that I could get different responses within the story. of Shadowbringers. I guess there's a lot of story on its own in those anyways. You know, I'll get around to them at some point either way. For Nabatharang, airship is the best. Nothing is faster than an airship. The Yulmorans have one, I hear. You can ask them to take you. Yes, I'm sure they'll oblige. Yes. Maybe we take without asking and no intention to return? Oh, that is a surprise. Not many bound for Nabatharang these days. I do know a trolley that once went there. It used to travel between all the settlements and mines of the Hills of Amber. It is locked behind a gate, however. I assume that we'll have kept it from being stolen or damaged, but it also prevents it from being of much use. Coils is easily soloed. Yeah, I guess that's why nobody was queuing for it. It's because they can just do it by themselves. Yeah. Because when I queued for Coils, it kind of, like, the wait time kind of reminded me of queuing for an old raid in World of Warcraft. It's just completely pointless. Some people still do, like, the older looking for raid content, which is, like, their duty finder for raid. But you can't queue for it if you're, like, past the level for it. So you have to, like, queue for it at level. So people will, like, use characters at specific levels to queue for it and just spam those for the gear for their transmog. Because you can't... the only way to do looking for raid dungeons or looking for raids in World of Warcraft is to do it through the queue. You can't just run in by yourself. So. Ray. I'm afraid I've learned a little of use about how to reach Nabatharang. The Yulmoran presence, though, that's another matter. Apparently, through their army, is definitely in Amarang. There have been no sightings of Yulmorans at all in the Hills of Amber. Perhaps we can take that as a sign that Alisay's plan has borne fruit. Did you have any better luck finding us a route forward? Yes, I've got napkins for you. So these are our options. Well, what do you think? I think... I have no idea. I'm gonna say that the gondola, if we can fix it. But, can we get an airship anywhere? Not from Vothri, obviously. Maybe we could steal it. I'm gonna say the airship. Because where's Sid when you need him? We could perhaps use Amaro, but even from a distance, I can't imagine the Yulmor army wouldn't spot us if we were to travel by air. Okay, I guess. The gondola might die, but I'd rather not, if it's all the same to you. If it went poorly, we could simply wave our hands and vanish into the ether like your Stola. Not that I would recommend it, even if we could. The trolley, then? It does seem at least risky, the least risky option, and I can't imagine one gate is enough to thwart you. I'd like to know a bit more before we dash off to search for it. Though perhaps Zunzun can offer perhaps Zunzun can offer some insight. Coils is not a part of the raid roulette due to the difficulty, as Savage did not exist in ARR. So Coils is essentially Savage difficulty for that period. Okay. It's funny too, because when I was before I queued up for it, I actually like watched a raid guide video for the first part of Coils, and looking at the fight, I was like, oh, this is gonna be easy. There's like 3 mechanics. Obviously, like, the raids have gotten way more difficult since then, I would assume. But yeah, no, it looked like it was going to be fun. I'm kind of disappointed that I wasn't playing during the initial, like, relaunch and started raiding back then. I kind of wish that I had started way back then. Oh, valued customer. Were the other more of help? Queues are long for Tier 5, Tier 9, and Tier 13. Is it because of their difficulty? They're really hard? Of a fashion, they told us of a trolley that runs to Nabatharang, at least. But, am I correct in thinking that there was some reason you did not do so yourself when we first asked? Yes, the gate, you see. It is impassable. Before there was a hulking thing of stone, the Talos. It opened the gate, and then it opened the gate, they say. But none operate such thing now. I do not even know if it yet exists. I do not know, but you should travel to the east, Mount Buran Mines. That is where the trolley controls stand. I still see miners there from time to time, if anyone knows what happened to the Talos. It would be them. Thank you. You've been a great help. We're off to Mount Brian, then. Let's hope that someone will be there to answer our questions. Yeah. You've done some mid-eye level, no echo. That can be beastly. Oh, you caught up on the video. Nice. Good to see, Iron Shield. You've been 10 minutes behind the whole time. Wait, I gotta go this way. That way? Okay. To the future. Oh, chat was way ahead of the video. Yeah. No, it's kind of funny how it doesn't sync up. It'd be kind of nice if it did. It's one of the I guess one of the cons of, I guess you could look at it as a pro and a con of like streaming on YouTube, because you can go back and like watch at like 1.5x to catch up, but then you know, chat will be off and you can't really participate all that much. But then you also have the ability to watch, you know, from behind, whereas like if I were streaming on Twitch, then it's live or it's not. You'd have to watch the VOD later if you wanted to watch something that you missed, you know. So I think YouTube's better in that way. But the chat thing can be kind of annoying. Coils is fun. Yeah. I definitely need to go back and do it, especially now that I know you can do it unsynced. I just have to figure out how you do that. So. And then do the other raids, like, I need to finish Omega and Alexander still. The scale of the track is impressive. I'll give him that. Now, we only need to follow it until we come to the mines. At least for the lore. Yeah, I want to do all. Obviously, I want to do all of them at some point. It's just a matter of like finding the time to actually do it. Because I guess when it comes down to it, like, obviously I have the time to do it. But it's like, I want to do more of this stuff on stream with Final Fantasy. So I just need to get used to streaming more often and being live more often, rather than postponing it. Because even now, like before I go live, every time I'm gonna click that live button, I'm sitting there like, I'm just super nervous, and I don't want to click it. And it's like, I could just go play like something else. Like maybe I'll just play Trackmania for an hour instead, and like my brain is like talking me out of it, that kind of thing. So the dialogue is the longest part, doing it unsynced. Okay. Yeah. I imagine like you probably just like blast the bosses, you kill them in like a couple seconds, I would assume, similar to like WoW. Where it's like if you go do like Molten Core, where the game is currently, you'll go through and literally just one shot everything as you're running through. You just you hit your weakest ability that you can spam, and everything just dies instantly. Maybe not quite that easy, but still. Bit of a mess, isn't it? But the mechanisms for dispatching the trolley are here, just as Zunzun said. Unfortunately, anyone who might know how to use them is not. We might wait for Zunzun's mysterious miners to appear, or have a look around and see if we can deduce anything useful in their absence. I'm in favor of the latter. Something near the entrance to the mines proper caught Uriange's eye. Meet us there, if you find anything. All right. It's about a minute per turn. Each turn is a boss, right? Flecks of random rails, and nevertheless appear sturdy, even though they bear the trolley weight without issue. Oh, did you do the raids back then, Iron? one is a jumping puzzle with no boss. That is weird. Oh, you did the min eye level stuff, yeah. It would be fun to go back and actually give that a shot at some point. Because the content did look pretty fun. It didn't look like something that would just be super easy either. Although the mechanics, like compared to today at least, are pretty simple. It still takes a little while to learn them, you know. What's that noise that I'm hearing? Oh, it's over here. Of course it is. Four turns per patch. Oh, that's right. They don't do like a whole new raid. They release pieces of the raid, right? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think I heard Preach talking about that in one of his videos where he was talking about the content cadence in Final Fantasy, even though it's like he said it was like overall less content. It was better paced than World of Warcraft. As much as I wish we could count on someone conveniently appearing to explain all of this to us, I'm sure you are aware we don't have the time for that. Wait. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I thought that he had a quest for me. One raid, one trial. Series, one alliance raid per expansion. The rest goes into types of content, islands, yeah. And I guess like the ultimates are random. They do one when they feel like it's time. There's really no like, oh, there's this set number of whatever per expansion. At least for ultimates, that is. It is kind of funny because I watched a little bit of some of the... I didn't watch the whole thing, but I've seen some stuff where Yoshi was talking about people and like wondering where they got this expectation that there was going to be 3 ultimates per expansion. Because people were like... He says he keeps seeing people asking about when's the next ultimate? Where's the next ultimate? Where's the next ultimate? And he's like, what? Like, where did you guys get the idea that there was going to be 2? You know, or there was going to be more? It's like, where did you guys get that idea? And it's funny because the people asking, it's like, well, where's the other raid? Where's the new ultimate? Where's this? Where's that? Those are definitely the WoW players. Because the WoW players are used to getting 3 raids per expansion. And they're probably expecting similar stuff from the Final Fantasy team. You know, not realizing it's like, well, if you get an ultimate, you're lucky. Because it's not even promised that they'll even give us one. We had 2 in Stormblood, 1 in Shadowbringers, due to COVID, yeah. And 2 in Endwalker. Yep. That's funny. I watched a video from Xenosis recently where he was complaining about the the fact that you only got one ultimate in Shadowbringers because of COVID. But he wasn't complaining that you only got one. He was complaining that they were hyping it up forever. Like, it's going to happen. And then they're like, yeah, we're not doing that. Like, last minute, they're like, yeah, it's not happening. He was complaining about the hype train that they were building up, and then it didn't happen. But yeah, it was funny. Ah. What hast thou discerned? I see, indeed. Thine observations are consistent with mine own. But let us refrain from further discussions ere our comrades arrive. Ample evidence of recent maintenance. Yeah. And lukewarm tea besides. DSR, and it got pushed to Endwalker. Yeah, it's funny because DSR like ended up being the one that, I guess that's the one that got pushed back, but that's like everybody's favorite ultimate. Everybody, whenever I hear people talk about how good or the best ultimate or whatever, they usually talk about DSR. I don't even know the names of the other ones. I know people talk about DSR and Top all the time, and they say that DSR was like way better and Top is the worst one. That's just what I've heard, obviously, listening to people like Xenos and Arthur's talk about it and stuff. But I've never even heard people talk about the other ones. Nobody talks about the old ones anymore. The levers of switching tracks looked... Yeah, the levers of switching tracks looked like they were in good condition, though. I couldn't move it myself. No ordinary person could, I think. It is my belief that no person is meant to. Ah. Yeah. The big things. This Talos beareth more than passing resemblance to the golems of the source. Nor doth it appear to be the sole example of its kind. The proliferation of Talos fragments, as well as the enormity of the mechanisms here, suggest a considerable number were once in operation. Alas, this specimen and its fellows now lie lifeless and broken. And I know not how to repair them, and they might facilitate our passage through the gate. And without the aid of the Talos, even if thou wert somehow able to unbar the trolley path, we would still have no means of propelling it. We might not know how to repair the Talos, but someone must otherwise. Why keep everything else in working order? Whoever is maintaining the cars and rails must know something that we don't. Everyone in one piece. Off we go then. Ucom Coils Uwu is the ultimate for ARR. Alexander DSR. Heavensward Dragons. Top is Omega. Yeah. I know that Top is Omega. I did watch... I was watching Xenos and his reprog group do that one quite a bit on Twitch for a while. I'm sure he's cleared it at this point. They were getting pretty close. Last time I had, tuned into his stream. And I don't know, like watching them do that and, progress through it slowly. It's like you just pull and pull and pull, and they make it slightly further, each time. and it's like learning a dance. Come on. Oh wait, I wasn't paying any attention to what I was doing. I was looking at my abilities, because I was like, wait a second. I got 2 charges of this now, and then I was like, did I level up? What happened? That's funny. I don't know, is the video messing up? Oh, come on. Oh, wait. Oh, this is annoying. I didn't get the thing yet. Let's see. About, like, how getting 2 charges of that affects, like, the cooldown rotation with with using Bloodstalk and Grimswath and then Gluttony. So I was just thinking about how that changes like the builder spender, and I was like pushing buttons, killing stuff at the same time, and not paying attention to what I was doing at all. And I just died to something stupid. So. Because I was like, yeah, I was like, oh, I got two stacks of this now, so it's like, okay, I can fill this up to full, and then pop my DPS cooldown, make sure I've got those stacks up, obviously. So I get those stacks up, pop my DPS cooldown, have this thing at full. Is this the right way? Let's double check. It is. Okay. And then... So then I can use Bloodstock twice, use Gibbet and Gallows as well, and then I can use this Bloodstock Gibbet, this Bloodstock Gallows, and just get that all whipped into one big like burst window. And I was like running that through my head while just staring at my buttons and not paying attention to like what I was fighting. Because I just tied to 2 random mobs. Like, they're not even, like, difficult mobs or anything. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, if it keeps dropping frames, yeah, because I just got another warning about that. I'll keep going for a little bit longer here. And if it keeps dropping them, then I'll stop stream and try to restart. But if I can't get it, if it continues to just, you know, be shitty, then maybe I'll call it here. It's been 4 hours. I wanted to go longer than that because I was planning on streaming this for like 5-6 hours and then hopping into like hardcore WoW, classic hardcore, and maybe leveling a warlock or something there. Yeah, it's dropping more frames. What the fuck is going on? Maybe 1 second. It could be one of my roommates like downloading something on Steam too in another room. Okay. Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna go check and see what's going on with the internet, and I'll be back in just a second and see if we can get it fixed. Okay, I am back. Still dropping frames for some reason. Because it's dropping over 60% of frames every 2 minutes. Thanks. Thinking maybe I could end stream and then start back up real quick. Possibly. Maybe that would fix it, but I don't know. Honestly, don't know why it's messing up like that. Are you guys still like having issues with seeing things? Is it like blurry or? It's fine. It's fine for you now? Okay. Let me... Okay. Yeah, I opened it up on my end now, so... Yeah, it's looking okay. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. I guess it just had the internet take a dump there for a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I'm still getting warnings though, but it's dropping less frames now. It's probably just Comcast being scum. Wicked White, where did you come from? No, never mind that. You have no business here. Of that I am sure. Yeah, I guess we'll keep it rolling then. Here we are. Good to hear. These two these two weren't much trouble either. Let's see what they have to say for themselves. Us? We're not the we're not the brigands come up to take what isn't ours. Do we honestly look like we need to steal what? Some rusted bits of iron? Don't be absurd. We're not here to rob you. A likely story. You look, well... You don't look normal. That's for certain. You don't have any wares. So you're clearly not merchants. Travelers never pass this way. The only reason you would come all the way out here to strip the machinery of or for parts. Okay. Oh, Thaf, I have an idea. What if, once upon a time, a lovely lady, noble birth, ventured forth in search of her lost love? What? Okay, joined by her two most loyal servants, sworn to follow her unto world's end. On their journey, they met a sorcerer, as ancient as time itself. Moved by the lady's devotion, he offered to be their guide, and they turned up here somehow. Oh, he's talking about Minfilia and them. Okay. That was weird. Stop being mean to Urianshe. Yeah. I can only assume that you're being intentionally obtuse, but the unlikely event that your serious conjecture, no. I suppose I am a bodyguard of sort, but we have rather larger concerns than fairy tale romances. Though I would fain hear more of this angel, sorcerer, and heroic deeds. Gods grant me strength. If I may, we're actually searching for the means by which to travel to Naboth Arang. We were hoping that the trolley here might offer a solution. I realize that we haven't gotten off to the best start, but if you know anything about how we might get it working again. The trolley? The trolley? You should have led with that. We're always keen to discuss the trolley. We're both engineers in training. In fact, Jerky and Thafe? At your service. Technically, I'm a miner, and he does repair work, but our true passion is the trolley. We're working with a few other folks to get it up and running again. And before you ask, yes, it's true that there are little need for transport these days, but that's no reason to consign a miracle of mechanical innovation to dust. The mere sight of traveling track once again would make hearts sore. Mark my words. You'll hear no argument from us. What progress have you made thus far? Oriange haveth the best dialogue. Agreed. Not as much as we'd like, truth be told. Well, is there anything we could do to assist you? We could gather materials or help piece things together. It's a sight more complicated than that, I'm afraid. If you spoke with Magnus, you'd understand. He's the only one with full knowledge of the trolley's operations. I suppose you could speak with him, if you'd like. We'll introduce you. Very well. Our options are limited, and if Magnus can explain whatever is preventing the trolley from being restored, I'd like to hear it. Right. It looks like you'll be following us back to Twine, then. And the 409 chest piece. It's funny, it's still dropping frames, but it seems to be dropping less and less every minute, so it's like slowly fixing itself. Alright. If you are ready, we can leave now. Though, you haven't seen another fellow around here, have you? I thought he'd have come out by now. Kinda beat his ass. You? Think he'll be alright? Well, I suppose we did force your hand a bit. I'll have a look, just in case. You go on ahead, Thaf. Alright. Looks like it'll just be you lot and me, then. Try not to let anything take a bite out of you on the way out of the rail yard. Yeah, it's kind of full of nasty things, that's for sure. it's over here. Damn, that's smart. Did he have to thump me so hard? What? Damn, that's smart. Did he have to thump me so hard? I'd be feeling that for the next fortnight, at least. Not to be done not to be done about it now. Okay, not to be done about it now, though. I pointed your overeager companions in the right direction, and they've gone ahead. So we need to get moving. Normally, we'd walk atop the tracks, but seeing as young lady has much shorter stride, the more perilous a route than a comfortable suggestion. I'm comfortable suggesting. Wouldn't want anyone falling through the gaps. Of course, the low road presents other dangers, but having been on the receiving end of your friend's blows, I'm not worried on that account. Yeah, they can probably take those out on their own, for sure. I guess I went the wrong way. It's a lot more like random NPC like mobs out here than most places. Wait a moment. I think I hear something. Or that's something. Alright, run. What? Oh. Easy. It's funny, that's one of the things that killed me earlier. Alright. Sorry about that. I'll admit, I didn't expect this route to be quite so fraught with danger. We're nearly to Twine, though, so we should make it without any further incident. Something I will say is the music in this zone is way more tolerable than the previous zone with the I've already forgotten it. The forest with like the super Lahi, that stuff. Yeah, it's way better than that. Yeah, Lahi. I really like the music in this zone. I could just sit there and chill to it forever. The Lahi was a bit much. This is it. Welcome to Twine. The original dwellings were built to house those laborers who tasked with building the track. Over time, miners came and seek their fortunes, and that's what made the town grow to what it is you see before you today. But it was still the trolley that brought them here. As you doubtless noticed, the track goes to the very heart of the town. It was the heart of the town. It was the heart of the town back when the trolley carried everyone home at the end of the day. At the end of each hard day in the mines. I don't know why I was like skipping over hard in my mind there. Now there is no trolley, nor is there work to be had in the mines. For that matter, the only resident that remains are the destitute and delusional, and those with nowhere else to go. Or so they say. That should give you some indication of what to expect when you meet Magnus. As I said, it will help you to understand why we can't get the trolley running. Just don't expect too much aside from that. Okay. Well, that's encouraging, but I don't see what we have. I don't see that we have much choice. Let's go and meet the man. Lahi is the bomb, though. It was pretty cool, like, the first couple times, and then it was, like, in the middle of, like, a cutscene, and it's, like, you know, like, a, not, like, super, like, heavy emotional moment, but one that's more, like, I don't know, like, how do I put it, like, somber, I guess. It's, like, it's a somber, like, moment that's not, like, crazy sad, but, you know, you're still, like, in the feels, I guess. And then it's like just out of nowhere, it's like Lahi, and it just starts going, and it's like that was really bad timing. It happened multiple times. I actually ended up turning down the base game music because of it. I probably should turn it back up now that I'm not there anymore. Who are you supposed to be? Never seen the three of you in my life. Oh, the four of you. Wicked White. Wicked White. That's a weird... He's the second person that said that now. If you're going to bother me, at least have a damned courtesy to stand still. Methinks this one is deep in his cup. Was drowning in the bottle. These are my guests, Magnus. We ran into them at the mines. They're looking for a way to reach Nabatharang, so they came to ask about the trolley, you see. What? There's nothing in Nabatharang. Not anymore. And especially not for a frail little girl. Give it up. No. We must reach Nabatharang. I must. Bah. So you have your heart set on it. The world doesn't care. The place is a ruin. Nothing more. And you're not getting there in the trolley. The thing doesn't run. The thing doesn't run on hopes and dreams. We're not fools. It's necessity that drives us to Nabatharang. If you insist that the trolley is not the option, at least tell us why. Wicked White is local slang. Yeah, that's kind of what I was assuming. Oh, referencing the Sin Eaters. That makes sense. Okay. No. I'm sick of people asking me about the blasted thing. Leave me be. Well, speak outside. All right. He only said that because he thinks I'm weak. And he's not, and he's right. But I can be. But I can't be. I won't be forever. There has to be some way. I must find it. Oh wait, let me, There we go. Oh, I'm sorry. I was stuck in my own head again. It's clear that Magnus has no intention of helping us, but perhaps we should ask the other residents. They may know something of the trolley. I'll take the north side of town. Let me know if you learn anything. All right. Thancred, art thou truly content to stand witness to the fate's course and take no part? This isn't a matter of fate, Urianshe. It's about choice, and I've had years to decide where I stand. Benfilia has spent too long in chains already. I would not shackle her again by making my hopes known. It is for her to choose what shapes her destiny will take. It is for me to stay silent, to protect her, teach her, and stand by her. That, at least, I can do for her. So be it. Come, let us make our own inquiries. All right. There we go. Now if I die, I can hearth back. Or, teleport back. Oh, there you are. You'll be pleased to know I got our friend back home with no trouble, and he's just fine. He was a bit shaken up, is all. And you? What did Magnus have to say? Not much. Ah, I did have a faint hope that you might prompt him into action where our interest has not. But I suppose that was foolish of me. I am sorry that we couldn't help, though. I could at least show you the trolley car we have here, if you like. You could give it a stroke or two. Okay. It has some very smooth wood. No, I'm not even going to say it. Okay. You mean to say you're not giving up, even knowing Magnus is Magnus? I don't see much point in being stubborn about it, though perhaps the stubbornness is exactly what this situation calls for. Can't forge iron without an anvil, after all. I can't imagine anything you try will work, but if you're certain, you can help me make preparations in the event that it does. To that end, take this toolbox. we're going to inspect the rails. I'll have I'll have a look along the tracks for anything that is in need of repair. You bring the tools and be ready to hand them to me whenever I stop to work. The translation team knew exactly what they were doing. Yes, it almost makes me wonder what the Japanese version of it says. Like if it's the same or not. If it's the same level of like joke. I'm assuming it would be. Wait, am I supposed to be down? Oh, I gotta open. Got it. You open the toolbox, revealing the proud array of lovingly maintained tools within. Coley is a meme lord, though. Koji. Yeah, he kind of... Either way, I'm glad it's there. I like jokes like that. It kind of reminded me of Star Wars, SWTOR. I played that back when it first came out, and I played an Imperial agent, and I played a female character, and because I was a female character, I had a lot of options that male characters did not. And it's kind of funny because there was a couple times leveling up through the story where you didn't have to do like a big battle or like fight somebody, because you could just sleep with them instead. And then they would go away. It was kind of funny. Like you could just hit on the character or the NPC, and then you could bang them and they'd go away. Obviously, they didn't show the cutscene, but still, it was kind of funny. And I don't know. That joke kind of reminded me of those quest lines a little bit. Yeah, I enjoyed the time I had with SWTOR too. I went back to it a little while ago, and I can't play it anymore. I don't know. Something about it just felt really dated. A lot of things about it feel really dated. Brilliant. Now, if you could hand me what I need as I work, that would be help. That would be a help. In that case, well, this bolt is loose. For no matter, we can't have that. I'll need the tightener. I'll need to tighten it. A vicious-looking saw, a mid-sized wrench, a ragged cloth. It would be funny to give him the wrong tool. I'm gonna give him a ragged cloth. No, I'm just gonna give him the right one. I'm just gonna do that. You had your first raid experience in SWTOR? Yeah. Thank you. This one will do nicely. Now, give me a moment and... Yeah. No, SWTOR, like, it was a really fun... hang on, I'll finish reading this first. There. I don't see any problems here. Any other problems here. So let's continue along the track. Yeah, SWTOR was, it was really fun when it first came out. It was incredibly broken, obviously. But my friends and I, that was one of the last games that my friends and I went, like, into as a big group, like, and went really hard on. Ever since then, like, most of them stopped, like, going hard on MMOs and stuff, where, you know, I've kind of continued with that, like, with Classic and stuff. But, that was one of the last games that we really played together, and we, got level 50, which was max level at the time, and we were one of the first people on our server to get that. And we weren't even looking for this at the time, but we ended up joining a guild, and that guild was one that had come over from World of Warcraft and was like a high-end guild there in WoW. So we had, meshed with them really well. And we did the first raid there. And that was some of the most broken, worst raiding I've ever experienced. Like, every boss was bugged, every boss was glitched, and like we only got through it because we accidentally finished a lot of it. And it's funny, like we ended up being we ended up getting world first on those bosses, and then we never went back. Like most of the guild was like, nah, we're done with this, and we just went and PvP'd after that. And PvP was server based at that point on SWTOR still, or at least it was like battle group based, and it was really funny because we would do full pre-mades, and it got to the point where when the other side saw that we were the group that was made the pre-made, everyone would leave on the other team. Like it would be like we'd be playing hut ball, and it would be like whatever that was, 10v10. Half like the other team would leave, and it would be like 10v3 or 10v4. It was ridiculous. But yeah, it was pretty fun, other than the fact that it was really, really broken, and the story was good. You're quite handy to have around, you know. As to the lamp here, there is often necessary. It is, these aren't often necessary these days, but if we were going to do this, we might as well do it proper. And if by some miracle the night returns, as it has to Lakeland, well, it's a nice thought. I forgot that there wasn't night here. Anyhow, a bit of this post seems to have splintered. Whether its lamp is to be lit or not, we wouldn't have pieces of wood jabbing into the next person, or jabbing the next person who comes through. Okay. Here to do maintenance. So, wouldn't have the. Wow, I'm losing track of what I'm reading. Whether the lamp is to be lit or not, we wouldn't want these little pieces of wood jabbing into the next person who comes here to do maintenance. I'll just need to sand it down a bit. Goodness. Okay. A rough file. Get 50+% nerfs before anyone clears. Sometimes it depends on the boss. Most of the bosses are not nerfed before they're killed. I would say like 98% of bosses are killed as they're released. But it'll only be like by 4 or 5, maybe 10 guilds at most, and then it'll get like a big nerf, and then everybody else kills it. There's only a couple bosses that have never been killed before a nerf, and Arthas in Icecrown Citadel was one of them. He was never killed before a nerf, so. But that was a weird one because he would have been, but that was the first time Blizzard ever did like heroic, like multiple difficulties. Let me even this out. Okay. But that was the first time they ever did multiple difficulties, and in heroic, in Icecrown Citadel, you had limited attempts on the bosses. So they were getting to Lich King and they didn't have like all their attempts. And even if they did, I think it was only like 50 attempts per week that were shared through the whole raid for the boss. So you can only wipe 50 times before you were locked out, which is just dumb. So instead of these top-end guilds being able to throw in like 500 attempts on the boss and just kill it, they weren't able to do that, and then they didn't kill it pre-nerf because of it. Yeah, and then there was bosses like in the Burning Crusade, like Maru, which is just an absolute like brutal boss for like no reason. They called him the guild killer because there was only like 100 guilds that ever killed it, like a little bit more than 100 guilds that killed it. You know, the final raid of Shadowlands had a ridiculous nerf throughout while watching the Race to World First. I didn't even watch the Race to World First for that one. I didn't watch the Race to World First for Tier 2, the second tier, or the final tier in Shadowlands. Because I hated Shadowlands so much. I haven't even bought Dragonflight. That should do it. I'll bring some varnish along next time and finish the job. Alright. Haven't spotted any other problems, so we can move along now. Unless you'd like to take in the view of the tracks a bit longer. It's breathtaking, I know. Yeah, all the rust and rotted wood is just amazing. All right. Mining has always been the primary vocation of the folks in the Hills of Amber, you see. But after a certain point, they had dug up everything, dug up everything that could easily be reached and carried back by manpower alone. It was then that the Naboth Empire struck upon an idea of the Talos, which they had seen at work abroad. At great expense, Naboth brought the Mistal engineers who specialized in Talos here to the hills. And wouldn't you know it, the mining industry picked right up again. Twine itself sprung up around that time. As a matter of fact, it was named after the entwining of tales, the fruitful cooperation between the native Ronso and the newly come Mistal. But that, like so much else, fell apart in the wake of the flood. The Mistal left, taking their knowledge with them. It was 15 years ago that the last one of them, the folks... it was 15 years ago that the last of them, the folks from Daedalus? Yeah, the folks from Daedalus Stoneworks took off for Yulmor. And now, no one remains that can repair and operate the Talos. But there's no use in lamenting what can't be changed. And there's one more thing we can do while we're out. So, we might as well get to it. Vultures occasionally make their nests on the tracks, you see. And it falls to us to remove them when they do. The creatures are angry when disturbed, which is natural, but nevertheless danger to anyone passing by. It's not my favorite task, to be honest with you. As you may have noticed, I'm not terribly suited to confrontation. That said, would you follow the tracks north and remove the nests you find for me, I'll keep an eye on things from here. You think the last boss was compared to Ultimates before people who have done both laughed that there's no comparison? Ultimates are a different level. Maybe. I don't know. Like, the people who do like high-end content in WoW are like really, they're really, really good. Like player-wise, like they're just like they're on another level themselves, like the super high-end players. And there's bosses like Kill Jaden in what was that? In the Legion expansion. It was like over 700 attempts before the first guild killed it. Stuff like that. Like there's some really, really hard bosses. I guess the issue with WoW and what makes those bosses hard though is the fact that you can't read what's going on in the room, and you have to have add-ons. Like you can't play WoW without add-ons. Like I installed Classic the other day to play Classic Hardcore, and the first thing I had to do was install like 12 add-ons to get the game running in a way that made sense. You're just going off what you heard, like from Scripe. Oh, Scripe was talking about it. Said no encounter in WoW is as hard as DSR. I mean, it's definitely possible. I've only ever played like the hard ones in WoW, like Mythic Rage and stuff, and it's been a while since I've even done those. So I'm not making a judgment saying that they aren't. I'm just saying that some of them are pretty damn hard. Yeah, the add-on factor is a big deal. Yeah. I mean, it's Blizzard's own fault. They let it happen. Whereas they don't do that in Final Fantasy, which I really like. The game and the UI and everything is perfect as it is. I don't feel like I need an add-on. Like if I were to get an add-on, chat bubbles would be nice. I know Preach uses chat bubbles. But it's, what's it called? If I were to get one add-on, it would probably be the damage meter. Just because I like to see what I'm doing damage-wise. He is dying for chat bubbles, yes. And it's funny because I actually, like, while watching the No Cliff documentary, I kind of got an idea as to why they don't have chat bubbles in Final Fantasy. And it made sense when they were talking about it. Although, it's not what they were talking about in the moment. But they mentioned, like, in Final Fantasy XI, Japanese players, they wouldn't talk at all in public chats. Like, just flat out not talk. Yeah, they don't talk a lot in game. They whisper each other, like, sometimes. Other than that, they don't talk, which just kind of, as like a Western player, seems crazy to me. But it's like, if people don't talk in game, and you're designing the game for the Japanese market mainly, why the hell would you put chat bubbles in? Like, it makes no sense. Although it's, Final Fantasy has grown much more in the Western market recently. I don't know for sure. I'd say there's probably more Western players than there is Japanese players these days, but I can see why it wasn't like a priority at the time. It's like, yeah, well, nobody uses chat in public anyway, so why would we put chat bubbles in? So the problem is that the game has a big fan base out of Japan, yeah. Yeah, they could add them and just set them off by default. I didn't even think about that. That'd probably be better. Yeah. But yeah, there's probably way more players out of Japan than there is in Japan these days. that want chat bubbles, because I would agree. Like, I would definitely, like, if I could tell them, like, add this one thing, even though, like, one of my biggest issues is the left click thing. I really want them to fix left click in the game, and tab targeting needs, like, a huge amount of work. I would rather have chat bubbles than both of those things. So, just because having chat bubbles makes the game feel more alive. You don't have people just sitting in silence, or it looks like they're sitting in silence within, like, a city. Like, I can go to Ul'dah right now, and there's, like, 5,000 people because I'm on Balmung, and Balmung is just, like, ridiculous in Ul'dah. You know, there's hundreds of people there all the time. And it's just, it looks like there's nothing going on. It looks like they're all standing there, but then if you look, like, at chat, it's just flying by. It would also, like, add to, like, roleplay and immersion and all this other stuff. Like, it makes the game, like, infinitely better to have chat bubbles, and it's a simple thing that they can add. So, but yeah, if I were to have one add-on, though, it would just be a damage meter. Because I don't know how good or bad I'm doing. I want to be able to know how good or bad I am. So, yeah, thank you. That should be everything taken care of. In return for your help, I'll tell you a bit more about the trolley. Nothing that can't get started again, though. As I said, the only people who know how to repair the Talos are long gone. When they left, the life began to bleed out of the town. The trolley's tracks rusted, and its cars fell into disrepair. Now, I was born in Twine. Raised there, my first word was trolley. Damn it. And those were the worst years of my life. But then, about 7 years passed. Magnus and his wife returned to us. Magnus is a real, proper trolley engineer, and perhaps he would never have left in the first place if he hadn't been for his son. As you're well aware, Amarang is hardly the safest place, and Magnus wanted his child to grow up away from its dangers. It didn't help in the end. The Sin Eaters got the boy. Isn't that always the way? It seems that way. The child had always said that someday he wanted to see Magnus trolley running again. So, in his memory, they returned to Twine, started fixing those rusted rails and broken cars. And it was going well for a time. What was that? Wicked white. Vultures. Are they back? Are they back for revenge? Never mind. I don't want to find out. Yeah, no, like, honestly, like, by default, I would assume that they would put it in with the toggle. And then it would be set to off initially. Like, that would make way more sense. Just like Annabelle said. If they were going to put them in, they would need to have them off. And then you would have to turn them on. Or, like, they could just say, and this would suck for console players, but, I mean, console players don't really have a keyboard anyways, but they could just say that chat bubble add-on is okay. We don't care if you use the chat bubble add-on. That would solve the issue right there. Yeah, it exists, so it's not like it's impossible. But yeah, they could just come out and be like, we're okay with the chat bubble add-on. And they could do that with other add-ons too. They could be like, we're okay with the damage meter add-on, as long as you don't use it to, talk shit about other players or be toxic. We're okay with this add-on. And they could just go through a couple add-ons that most people use, so that then people can be like, okay, I can go get those and I'll be safe. That would be really nice if they could do something like that. And it wouldn't really require a lot of work from them either. It already has DPS meters in PvP? I didn't even know. Yeah. Seeing if they did something like, it's funny because all the cheating and stuff, like the cheating add-ons, the stuff that's more along the lines of hacking, I guess, almost all of those run off of the add-on that tracks DPS in game. Almost every single one of them, like the ones that function as like DBM, the ones that function as like stuff that project stuff on the floor. They all use the DPS tracker to make them function. Like their base functions come from that. So if they were to break those add-ons entirely, which they can do, and then put their own DPS meter in game, that would solve like most of the cheating issues. I don't know. It's a really taboo thing. Yeah, because some of the cheating, some of the add-ons, quote unquote, that they have in the game, like there's one of them that you run it alongside OBS, and it breaks the FPS in game and ups the FPS so that you can get faster GCDs. Like it actually like makes your GCD faster. I don't know exactly how it works, but it's like if you're running OBS to break the FPS limit in the game so that you can do that, that's just hacking at that point. It's not an add-on. The thing is that add-ons are not a part of the game. They're third-party tools hacking the game. So endorsing what to endorse, chat bubbles could put malware into it. Yeah, that's true. They can put malware into it. It's kind of like what they did with what was it, G-Shade, where the guy like was forcing people's computers to restart and stuff. No, it's all good. I understood what you meant. Yeah, I remember the G-Shade thing. I didn't have G-Shade. I've never used it. But I did hear about them like doing that, and then their add-on basically died overnight, which is kind of funny. I know that it is kind of nice because you know that the ones that in WoW, they're pre-screened for the most part. But it's not like there's no malware in the add-ons in World of Warcraft. There's some malware in them, especially like people are constantly trying to use weak auras to create malware. Where like there was a weak aura. Somebody had made a weak aura that functioned to track certain things for most classes, right? So it would track your cooldowns and stuff. And people would install it, and then every time they opened the mailbox, it would instantly mail off like 1 gold to this person that was on their server. Like he had like characters, and it would mail off like 1 gold every time you open your mailbox. It would just shoot off a couple gold here and there. And the guy was like skimming off the top of people's gold. It was absolutely ridiculous that they were able to do something like that. So you don't use shades because you're RX energy and it drops frames all the time. Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. The main issue is to have the DPS meter potential for griefing players with bad performance. Yeah. I think just the issue is to make the reporting people that do that easier. And then the action taken against people that are, constantly giving people, crap about their performance. Outside of like proper scenarios and situations, because if you're like in a dungeon, like a 5-man dungeon, and somebody's ragging on you because you're not doing good DPS, it's like, okay, that's ridiculous. But if you're doing like, what's it called? If you're doing like Savage, for example, and your raid leader's like, hey, we need you to pick up your DPS because we're not making it past this DPS check here, and you're holding us back. Like, you know, one of those things is more okay than the other. Like, there's almost no point where low DPS inside of a 5-man's gonna wipe the group. You know, so, and as long as you're not like harassing people with it, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to police those things. So I understand why they wouldn't want it in the game. Most MMOs that are coming out these days are blocking DPS meters because of how toxic some players are about it. But I think that's just because they want to avoid the people getting reported and having to deal with like customer service stuff all the time because of a DPS meter. Yeah, DPS in dungeons is very trivial. A personal DPS meter would be nice, where maybe it only shows your DPS and nobody else's. That could be okay. That might help a little bit. Yeah. Nice work out there. And now you know the story of the trolley. Won't do you much good without the Talus, though. If there were even a single one that still functioned, this might be different, but, well, here we are. And the pants. Not that it'll do any good, but we do have a Talos we've been meaning to repair. I can show you if you'd like. It'd certainly be nicer to hear something often than Magnus's griping for a change. Yeah. The frustration's high in content, but normal, there's no need. Yeah, in Final Fantasy, most normal. Yeah. And you don't want to end up with like a situation like Classic WoW, for example, where like most bosses in Classic WoW have one mechanic, maybe. Some of them have no mechanics at all. They just auto attack. And there's zero reason that you need to parse, right? There's zero reason that you need to look at your DPS, because you could auto attack the boss all the melee could auto attack the boss, and the ranged could sit there wanding the boss, and everything would still die. Because it's just that easy. You don't need DPS meters. But even in Classic WoW, people are looking at how much damage they're doing and trying to get like high parses and stuff like that, and it's like none of it matters because the boss is dead either way. You know, it's just because the community in World of Warcraft is really toxic about that. And then if let's say you're in a guild and they're trying to speedrun stuff, or let's just say you're in a normal guild. This happens in normal guilds. It's like the average person in your guild's parsing 70 and then you parse 60s on average. You'll get kicked from the guild because you're not keeping up with the average player in the guild. It's, you know, and they'll tell you that you're dog shit and you need to get the fuck out. It can be really rude, obviously, but you know, especially in Classic WoW, like not just Classic Vanilla, Classic TBC, and Classic Wrath. Like it's really funny because I've seen some videos of Asmongold talking about how difficult. He's like, oh yeah, like the reason why Classic WoW's got a resurgence of players right now is because Ulduar was hard, and I'm just sitting here like, I did Ulduar when it was fresh. It wasn't hard then. It's not hard now. It's really not hard now. Like none of that content's hard. It didn't start to get hard until Cataclysm. It seems like a mentality that Blizzard has allowed to fester, in the community due to poor GMs. Yeah, like their GMs are terrible these days. Like, if you put in a ticket for help on anything, the GM 100% of the time will wait for you to log out and then as soon as you log back in, you'll have an automated message saying, sorry, we couldn't catch you while you were online, and we couldn't solve your issue. Like, I've done that before. Like, I've been online for like 12 hours straight waiting for a ticket to come through, and then I went AFK and it logged out for like 5 minutes, and I came back and I had that message. It happens all the time. A lot of people were on dial-up in 2004. Yep. Like, the content wasn't hard then. It's really not hard now. So, and it was just funny to hear Asmund talking about how Wrath of the Lich King was Ulduar and Wrath of the Lich King was hard, and it's like, no, it wasn't. Like, no, it wasn't. It just wasn't. I was in a bad guild that was like world like 4,000 ranked at that time, and we were doing Yogg One Light to get our heroic healing maces for our druid, for the heroic healing mace for our druid, and then we got it for a paladin. Like, we were doing Yogg One Light as a really, really bad guild. GM support is pretty bad too. You have a bug quest from Heavensward since 2015. You can't fly and haven't been able to since launch. What? Yeah. You like Asmund most of the time? But he has some terrible takes. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. Like, I'd say like 80% of the time, it's like, yeah, he's on point. But then sometimes it's like, bro, just roll it back a little bit. You know, you're going a little bit far. Or he'll say something that he's like completely out of touch with. But he'll say it as it's like fact, you know. But yeah, like not being able to get help on some of that stuff was just, that really does suck. I wouldn't even know how to put in a ticket for something like that in Final Fantasy, to be honest. Yeah, I guess at least you had friends to help you out with it, though. Although that would be really annoying, calling, you know, messaging your friend. It's like, hey, I need to do this thing in this zone. Can you fly me here? That would be really annoying to constantly have to ask people for help. The power of friendship, yeah. Truly, a most vexing state of affairs. I thought, mayhap, a closer examination might yield something of value. I see. The means to build the Talos Stone by stone are lost to us. 'Tis true. But here before us slumbers a most fine specimen. Indeed, were it not for a few minor failings, it would be working in working condition. 'Twill likely require not but a few modest repairs and sufficient suffusion of ether. Well, if you think you can get it, if you think you can get the thing up and running, far be it from me to stop you. But what exactly do you reckon is the problem? I should stress that I performed only the most curious examinations through such arcane constructs are not wholly unfamiliar to me. As I did suspect from the first, it is a host to a network of veins through which ether floweth freely. Or so it would. Or so it would, were it not for several fractures which impede said flow. How the hells did you get all that just from a glance? I take it you've thought up a solution as well then. To bridge these fissures requireth a material highly conductive to ether. Once in place, I believe it would possible to restore the Talos to life. Might I prevail upon thee to acquire that which we require. Not far beyond the walls of twine dwelleth a creature of living stone. The debitage? Yeah, the debitage? Full sure am I that stone from such a being would prove most suitable to our needs. Very good. I shall have Thancred and Minfilia attend me in the remaining preparations. I spied but 3 obstructions that flow through the ether of the Talos. And thus would I ask you to provide 3 stones of the debitage, as else will be made ready upon thy return. It's always 3. It's always 3. Collect 3 things, talk to 3 people, go to 3 places. It's always 3. Urianger is always making up words. Yeah, they asked you if you submitted a ticket? At least it's not 10 things with 20% drop rate, right? Which is funny because I'm getting ready here to... I think I'm getting ready to head back and play some classic WoW where it'll ask me to get 10 things with about a 10% or 5% drop rate, and I'll have to kill like 50 things. Yeah. Yeah, but I think, what just happened? That happened before. Is there a chance that it doesn't consume... It has to be, right? Oh no, I pushed the wrong button. I'm just a big dumb. That's what it is. But yeah, I was thinking about hopping back on some classic WoW hardcore here in a little bit, just because sitting here with the ring light in front of my face while trying to read, it really gets to my sorry, it really gets to my eyes after a while. Damn, I had something like, I was talking and something got stuck in my throat there. Yeah. It is nice though that when they send you out to get something, that it just gives you the thing that you need. Because it would be annoying to come out here and be like, oh yeah, you get to kill 20 of these things, even if they're like 100% drop rate. You know, that would get boring. It'd get boring pretty quick, actually. Alright, let's see if we can get this thing up and running here. Oh, crap. Didst thou succeed in processing the stone, or procuring the stone from the debitage? Oh, specific items from relic quest lines? Gotcha. That makes sense. With the exception of the Endwalker one, which I heard people were frustrated about because they had to do the Hildebrand quest line and then they just like bought the item or something. It was like too easy, people were saying. Fine specimens, one and all. You have my thanks. We need now. But wait for Thancred and Minfilia to return. Yeah, there will be some big changes when they drop the PS4 for sure. Because that's one of the biggest issues with Final Fantasy XIV is the fact that they support console. Like, it's not a... it's a good thing because it brings a lot of other players into the space that wouldn't necessarily be able to play Final Fantasy otherwise. But it does put so much restrictions on the game. Especially still using the PlayStation 4 is just kind of crazy. And I guess I found out that they put out 14 supporting the PlayStation 3 still, as kind of like I guess they wanted to drop it, but they didn't because the original game was on the PlayStation 3. Something like that. Like I kind of got that feeling from them when I was watching the one clip documentary or no clip documentary. You just buy it with the tombstones. First upgrade was also buy with tombstones, yeah. So I could probably buy it now with the tombstones that I have. I think I have a bunch of tombstones. I'd have to look. From end to end, the paths by which the ether may flow through the Talos have been duly mended. They but require sufficient endowment. It's not moving. Strange. The core refuseth to stir. I fear the condition of the Talos is more dire than I previously surmised. As the heart driveth blood through the man's veins, so doth the core ether throughout the massive frame, failing its repair or replacement. The Talos cannot be restored. So it was the heart after all. Thou didst foresee this outcome? Well, no, not exactly. We'd never gotten this far in trying to repair it, so we had no way of knowing the heart was the real problem. We tried to find another in case things turned out as they as they are now, but Jerky? This isn't really my story to share. Please, Jerky, if something went wrong, maybe we can help. All right. After all you lot have done for me, I suppose it is the least I can do. PS3 support was promised for A Realm Reborn and was released on in the PS3. Yeah, it was dropped in Stormblood. PS4 was likely dropped, or will likely be dropped in 8.0 since 7.0 is confirmed for PS4. Yeah. Although they said they weren't going to design it for PS, is what they said. So they said it'll run, but it probably won't run well. Is kind of the idea that I got from it. And yeah, PS5 supply was really low. I just recently, like, I've not got a PS5. I just, like, probably the last month started seeing them in stores. Like, I've gone through, like, Walmart, and every once in a while I'd, like, stop by and look to see if they had one. And they never did. They never had the PlayStation 5. They've never had any of the, whatever the Nintendo console is, I'm forgetting the name of. And they never had any of the new Xboxes either. And they're just now starting to get them in because scalpers have stopped, ripping them off the store and selling them on eBay. Which is crazy. Like the the computer that I got, because you couldn't get a 30 series card a couple years back or whatever it was, whenever they were new. You just couldn't get them. So I found a pre-built PC at Micro Center, which they make really good PCs there, that had a 3070 in it back then. And I went down that morning to get it. There was a line of people out the door waiting to get in the store, and most of those people ran over to try to grab the PCs. And I ended up not being able to get one because there were so many people trying to get the PCs so that they could rip the 3070 card out and then sell the card, which is just ridiculous. But I was lucky because one of the people that was trying to buy it, their card was getting declined and they weren't able to buy it. And they were clearly not there to buy it for themselves. Like, you could kind of tell just by looking at them that they weren't going to use it. And they were getting so upset. They were so mad. They were like yelling at the person trying to check them out. So they ended up taking the PC away from them and gave it to me. And I ended up getting out of the store with it. It was kind of nice. But it was crazy. The scalpers getting, all that stuff is just, yeah. It was kind of nice when the 40 series cards came out because there was plenty of them. And nobody was really looking to buy them at the time when the 40 series cards came out. So the scalpers bought a shitload of them and then lost their ass. People lost so much money because they would buy a bunch of the cards thinking they were going to be able to resell them for a shitload of money. Nope. So it was kind of nice to see them kind of get their comeuppance a little bit. Oh. Got the pants. Okay. Right then. The Talos, their hearts cannot be made of just any stone. You need a special sort of sufficient ethereal conductivity. With sufficient ethereal conductivity. Okay. Both it and other materials used in the construction of Talos body and mind. Bodies are mined in the same place. That place, of course, being here. The Hills of Amber. And it was 3 years ago when she... No, I can't. I'm sorry. But you'll have to hear it from Thaf or someone else. Back to the tavern, then. All right. Well, I think where we're at now is a good place to stop. Because the ring light in front of my face is starting to really bother my eyes. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'll be right back in like 5 minutes. I'm gonna grab some food real quick, and then when I get back, I'll hop on some classic WoW, and maybe I'll turn off the VTuber thing just to chill out and relax a little bit. I'm thinking about starting a new character too. Yeah, take that, scalpers. Yeah. But yeah, I'm thinking about starting a new character too, because I've been playing Rogue, and I got to the point now where I need a bronze tube for a quest, for the rogue quest. And there's like nowhere to get it except for the auction house, and because I'm playing a hardcore character, I can't use the auction house. And I don't feel like sitting around camping a vendor for 6 hours or 7 hours hoping that I can buy it and snag one. So I think I'm going to roll a warlock or a warrior. But yeah, I'm going to go grab some food, get some dinner real quick, and I'll be right back. And we'll get some hardcore WoW. If you guys want to stick around, that'd be great. If not, I completely understand. This channel is a Final Fantasy channel for the most part. But I do play WoW and Trackmania and some other games just to kind of chill out when I'm not playing this. So I will be back in just a moment. Alrighty. We are back. So, one thing I've been thinking about as I've been playing through is I don't really like Rogue all that much. I've been a warrior main forever. This is my old warrior. Doesn't have any Nax gear, but is basically full bis otherwise. Big pumper. I have this warrior here I could play. Also, I've been thinking about the fact that I made Rogue, and Rogues are really good. But I made a Rogue that is a Night Elf. And I've been thinking about it because, like, if I just log in here, let me look. I can show everybody here. Oh, I should turn on the chat cover. Uh-oh. Okay. So I should... These are not them. Okay, where is it? I should have them in my bags. Gauntlets. Edgemaster's Handguards, they're there. So because I'm not playing a human, it's basically required that in PvE content I use these Edgemaster's Handguards, which have basically no stats on them. Because of the increased axe, dagger, and sword specialization +7, humans get that they get a +5 sword specialization as a passive. So they get that automatically. They don't have to use those gloves. Plus, in hardcore, those gloves are going to be really difficult to get. Right? So, instead of making a character that's going to need gloves like that, well, I shouldn't say that. Rogues can't use those gloves. Because they can only use leather. And those are chainmail. And basically I'm gimping myself big time by not having that +5. And it's funny, because it seems like +5 would be small. It's not. +5 is actually huge. It's, I don't even know how to describe it. It adds to your hit rating and all kinds of other stuff. It's massive, +5. And not having that's going to make playing this character a lot harder, because I'm going to have to play it in a very specific way to make it work. Now, it's not unplayable, but it's not optimal, not even close. So I shouldn't have made this character, but when I made it, I was just thinking, well, Night Elves are hot. They are. And I wasn't really sure if I was going to continue playing hardcore. But now that I'm thinking I'm going to, I don't think Night Elf was a good choice. So rerolling at 21 is going to be what I'm going to do. This character still got its hardcore status, but I'm going to start a new one. Anyways. Okay. And then part of the reason why I'm streaming too is there's a good number of griefers on the server and stuff like that, and any like ridiculous deaths that shouldn't count, if I'm streaming it, can be easily appealed, and I can get my character back. So we're gonna stream most of this, I think. So I gotta pick now. I gotta decide if I want to play a warrior or a warlock. Now, warrior is way more fun than a warlock, in my opinion. It's a lot harder. Warriors are way harder to play. Than a warlock is. At least in classic, they're way harder to play. It's especially like way harder to get max level without dying. But they do a lot more damage. I have no idea. What should I do? I know warrior. I know I can play really, really well on warrior. I've played warlock too. I know warlock is just as fun. they have issues with threat in endgame. So do warriors, to be honest. And I won't be tanking on my warrior either. There's probably a lot more level 60 warlocks than there are 60 warriors. But it is easy. But it is way easier to die, especially even in raids. I just noticed how bad their hands look. Holy crap. Put those chonky freaking sausage fingers away. Don't show me those. These look better. They're still sausage fingers. These are worse. Is it the skin color? I'm curious now. Let's look. Nope. That doesn't help. Gnomes? They're just as bad. Okay, whatever. Ah, man. Okay. So I'm not really sure what I'm going to play here. I think I might just stick with the warrior for now. But warlock is tempting. I haven't made a warlock yet. I have the warrior already made. Or do I? I actually just made that for the name. I guess it looks okay. There's not really there's not exactly like a lot of options here as far as like what to make the character look like. But we'll make the warlock real quick. What kind of face should I use? We'll go with that one. It's kind of crazy going from playing Final Fantasy where my character looks so cool to this. This is just so bad. I guess that's okay. Yeah. I guess we'll be wearing a helmet most of the time, I hope. Has to be black with a warlock. Okay. Okay, I made that. I'm gonna delete this character real quick. And remake it really fast. I feel like the options just don't change anything. It's kind of funny. They may as well just not even be here. Yeah, we'll go with that. It's hard to pick knowing that even though like it doesn't change much, it's hard to pick because it's like whatever you do pick, this is what you're stuck with. And the hair is like the only significant thing that you can change about the character. Alright, I guess that's what we're going with. I think I'm going to keep the hair color too. I'm just going to leave it the way it is. Get rid of the piercings though. We'll go with the nose piercing. Why not? Alright. So, I'm going to start off here as the warrior.
The noble humans of Stormwind are a proud tenacious race. Though the recent invasion of the demonic Burning Legion decimated their sister kingdom of Lordaeron, the defenders of Stormwind stand vigilant against any who would threaten the sanctity of their lands. Nestled in the foothills of Elwyn Forest, Stormwind City is one of the last bastions of human power in the world. Ruled by the Child King Anduin Wrynn, the people of Stormwind remain steadfast in their commitment to the Grand Alliance. Backed by their stalwart allies, the armies of Stormwind have been called away to fight the savage horde on distant battlefields. With the armies gone, the defense of Stormwind now falls to its proud citizens. You must defend the kingdom against the foul mongrels that encroach upon it, and hunt down the subversive traitors who seek to destroy it from within. Now is the time for heroes. Now humanity's greatest chapter can be told.
All right. So this is the hardcore classic add-on. When you create a new character, this is what you see. I'm not going to select any special achievements because some of them are pretty hard, and I kind of just want to we're playing hardcore already, we don't need to make it harder. Not for our first full playthrough. I think this character might be the first try. If this one dies, we'll swap to the Warlock. So we're just gonna click begin adventure. Okay on the voiceover. I'm gonna close that. And then I've got to turn off some add-ons because add-ons are ridiculous in World of Warcraft. We'll leave Gathermate on, Hardcore on, Leatrix, Pawn stays on, Pixel stays on, Questy is on, Threadplate's on, Titan Panel. Z-Pearl, that's what I need to get rid of. Turn that off. We'll leave DBM on, even though we don't need it. Okay. I think that should fix most of the UI, and then I'll just use the presets that I have from other things. I have weak ores here, but I don't have any loaded. I'll need to set some up to track like rage in my swing timer and stuff, but I'll do that later. Wait, where's Bartender? Where is it? There it is. This is what we want right here. We're going to go to Profiles. And I think it's this one? Yeah. No. This one. There, so now we have those set up. I'm gonna take this off. Oh, let's control click. And then there's this really cool add-on here, Pixel Perfect Align. And it puts these little things all over your screen. Oh, I gotta unlock. Whoop. There we go. So I don't need it because I already set it up. But it's this cool add-on that puts these little things all over your screen. You can change like how far they extend and how many there are. So you can like use the graph and the grid to set where you drag like all your stuff so that they're like positioned equally across from one side to the other. It's pretty nice. So zoom out a little bit. Let's see. And then the Leatrix, screen glows turned off, all that stuff carried over. Good. Quest automation. And I'm going to turn one more add-on off. Where is it? Daily Boss Mods. Because it was causing a bunch of bugs the other day, the voiceover add-on. I don't know why. But it just wasn't working. It was a real pain in the ass. it was causing the game to bug out and drop a bunch of frames and all kinds of stuff. So we're just going to leave that off for now. Hopefully it'll get fixed in the future, because it was really cool to hear everything voice acted, and I'll have to do like a fully like an MSQ, like Final Fantasy style playthrough of the game. That could be kind of fun. Is this inside or outside? That's outside. Yeah. So anybody who's watching on the recording now, the reason why I hopped over to World of Warcraft, well, there's a couple reasons. A, it's fun to do the hardcore stuff, and B, reading everything constantly with the ring light in front of my face is a real like strain on my eyes. So it's hard for me to continually hardcore Care Bears, sure. It's hard to read for like 5-6 hours at a time. Like my eyes are sitting here starting to water. I even have like blue light filters and stuff on my screens, and it's just still not. It's not helping. It's a real strain to do that for that long. I'm gonna log out real quick. I need to check. I need to check my other warrior for the keybinds real quick, so that I can. What's that called? I can have the keybinds here on the same place, because I have them like ingrained in my muscle memory. So if I don't have like Heroic Strike in the right spot, it's gonna throw off my muscle memory. So try to keep them in the same spot. Okay, so we have it S, and I don't have it here, but S is overpowered there. But I also don't have Berserker Stance, so we're just gonna keep it on S for now. Okay. Alright, we're gonna move you up, because warriors are better. Warriors are the best. Begin adventure. Alright. You know what? I think it's time for some chill music too. Let's see what we got here. We need put some lo-fi on. Oh. That was a little. This is actually synthwave, not lo-fi. It's like a lo-fi synthwave stuff. It's what's it called? It's new to the Lo-Fi Girl stuff. I don't know if anybody knows about the Lo-Fi Girl. I'm sure everybody knows about Lo-Fi Girl at this point. Chill wave, there you go. Yeah. Oh, I need auto loot. Come on. You were introduced to the wave genre recently through Darkwave. That's cool. Darkwave. There's a really, really cool, depending on what like kind of music you like, like I would love to listen to it, but I can't. Like I would just blast heavy metal while playing this, playing WoW. That's one of the things that would be nice to be on Twitch for. If I could be, also, it's good to see you, Bongo. But it'd be really cool to be able to blast heavy metal here on YouTube, That's like the only upside to streaming on Twitch is the fact that I can stream copyright music because they don't have like a live DMCA thing like YouTube does. So I could stream copyright music and like have it play on a separate track, so it would play through live, but it wouldn't go through to the recorded version on Twitch. So I would never get a DMCA, so I could play whatever music I want as much as I want, as long as it's live and not like the recorded version. Yeah, so there's multiple tracks you can play it through. The reason you can't do it on YouTube is they'll live DMCA you, like on the spot. They'll just take the stream down. On Twitch, they don't do that. So it would be nice to be able to do that on Twitch. I've thought about I could set up like when I'm on YouTube, for example, or not on YouTube. If I set up a Discord and I have enough people watching, I could be listening to music and then not playing any of it through the stream. So it would just be coming into my headset and only I would hear it. But then anybody with Spotify could click listen along on Discord and they could listen to what I'm listening to then. So, but yeah, like I was saying, there's a really cool YouTube channel as far as like the synthwave stuff goes. If you like the heavier stuff, like, God, what's that called? Trying to think of what the heavier like techno stuff is. Like, is it hardcore? EDM? Not house. Yeah. So it's, anyways, the channel is called Aim to the Head. There's definitely some drum and bass there. Like, I have it as my, my intro. I have some of their stuff as my intro for, YouTube when I'm starting soon for the stream. Like, I could probably find it here. Let's see. Oh yeah, they got a new one 2 days ago. Dark ambient wave ambient trap mix. I can't play that one right now. Dark techno, pre-EDM industrial type beat, stuff like that. Yeah, okay, so we'll pause that. We'll put this in. We'll see if it takes my stream down or not. Oh, come on. Hopefully it's not too loud. Yeah. I would love to listen to more stuff like this, but there's just not enough not copyrighted stuff out there for it. Post-stream material? Yeah. Anyways, stuff like that's really good. I listen to stuff like that, and then some real heavy metal stuff, like mostly metalcore. I really like stuff like that. One second. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, all right. We're back. Yeah. I just don't know when that stuff's gonna hit the the DMCA filter on YouTube or not, so I can't really play much of it. It says it's copyright free, but you never know. Somebody, they could just label it that way, and then the artist that posted it decides that they want the copyright back later on. As far as I know, that doesn't really happen with the Lo-Fi Girl stuff. So it should be safe to play it. Yeah, it could just mute a small section of the stream, but sometimes, like what it does on YouTube, is it just takes it down. Like the stream will go black, and it'll like post a message that the stream was taken down for copyright reasons. And then the stream will say that until the streamer stops playing the copyrighted stuff. So it's like a lot more punishing than Twitch is, because they hit you while it's live. Oh, what is it? Control Shift V? No. Shift V. Shift V? Hang on. There it is. Control Shift V. Got it. I was trying to figure out how to bring up the health bars of the enemy mobs. The hotkey for it is Control Shift V. In case you're wondering when you get on. Luckily, you think that you're safe. Because I'm talking along with it, it's transformative material. It is transformative material, but yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's not like I could say that about like if I was reviewing like actual music and stuff like that. You can easily get rid of the DMCAs and stuff, but I'm not like reviewing the music itself. It's like I'm using the music to enhance my own stuff, I guess. I don't know exactly what it is. I'll have to like look into it at some point. And like I don't know. I'll have to like dig into it and just see if there's a way that I can get around it without getting everything taken down live. I don't really mind the chill beats of, the Lo-Fi Girl stuff. Yeah, it does kind of boil down to the intentions. It's really weird. I wish more people would be, like, allow people to use stuff like that. Like, like, for example, if there was like a system on YouTube where I could pay, I don't know, even like $50 a month, and then I could use that so that I could live stream music within a certain like library of like, copyrighted content, and then not get copyright, and then whenever that music plays on my stream, some of the music, some of that money would go to, the creator. I would definitely do that, 100%. You think there is? I know there's like a library that you can pay for. I just don't know if it's like good music or not. But yeah, if you find something like that, 100%, send that to me on Discord. General Sam on YouTube, I don't. But he has sound for it and the artist name. Okay.
Greetings. Go with honor, friend. Well met. Light be with you.
Yeah, because I mean, if I was YouTube, I'd be on that. You know, I'd be like, I'd be telling streamers, it's like, yeah, we'll, I would try to work something out with record labels specifically where you could, and maybe they haven't thought of this, but it'd be kind of crazy if they haven't. But what? Are they're inside, aren't they? Son bitch. Okay. But I try to work something out with like record labels where, so you'd give them a larger percentage than a normal play like on Spotify. For the streamers, you could even work it out to where, like, if a streamer makes a certain amount of money, you could give them the option to just have that deducted from their monthly, like, income as far as, like, ad rolls and stuff like that play. Like, if you're above a certain subscriber count and you get a certain number of watches or views and view hours, you could be like, we'll just take a certain percentage of your money. If you want, you could opt out of it. And we're going to send that off so that you can get free access to this massive music library and just play it alongside your live stream whenever you want. They could easily work something like that out as long as you know, as long as people are getting their money, nobody really cares. You know, it's when people see that you're using their content and they're not getting their money, that's when they get pissed off. But usually it's just what it comes down to is what's it called? It's a service issue. It's like with the reason why piracy was so big in the early 2000s and late 90s, you know, with like LimeWire and Napster and stuff like that. The reason why everybody was using it was because you couldn't just go online and pay for it. I couldn't go online and you know, buy Into Club by 50 Cent or whatever, you know. That was the issue. If you could just go online and buy it, then nobody would pirate anything. So that's really where we're at right now. Is it's just a epidemic sound. Oh, this person's crazy. I think they're gonna die. I think we're gonna have a level 4 death right in front of us right now. No, they got this. Maybe not. Oh, they got it. Nice. That was impressive. I thought we were gonna watch a level 4 die. I was gonna help him, but I was like, I'm gonna respect the 1v3 here. Yeah, they didn't look like they were worried. They could easily have just, if they started panicking and running away, I would have started to help, but Swamp Fox TV uses it for his video scores and music needs. Okay. Epidemic sound. I'm gonna have to give that a look. That would be really cool to use some really like good music in the videos and stuff, and live streams as well. Oh, and it was kind of funny. I saw a video earlier today that Nixian put out. He had his friend who'd never played WoW before play hardcore on Classic. And of course he died. But his punishment, if he died, was he had to eat a Carolina Reaper. That was a really funny video. It was good. Screw that. What, you're not going to eat a carrot? It's extra motivation, right? You give yourself, like, actual punishment when you die. When you die, you eat a Carolina Reaper. When you die in you die in real life. Yep. Yeah, so I'm gonna go a little bit extra faster leveling this this character up. Yeah, this zone is packed. This is the starting zone though. So this is where, or this is the starting zone for humans, I should say. So yeah, there's a load of people here. Way more than there should be. Oh, I got some gear here. Let's put that on. That says it's an upgrade. That's definitely an upgrade. All right.
Looking for something specific? See you later.
Okay. Oh, I gotta turn off the cloak. Because the cloaks look terrible at low levels. It's just like a little sheet on your back. That's a big one for a low level too. Usually they're just like this little thing that goes like halfway down your back. Display, show helm, show cloak. Okay. But yeah, I'm gonna see if I can, how far I can get this warrior today. I'm gonna go as quick as I can because I just got the rogue. I had just gotten my rogue up to level 21. Oh, that person's gonna get attacked. And now we help him. Because then I only have to fight one of them. Yeah, it's like a little half cape thing. The low level cloaks are like, they're really bad. Here. Yeah, so like that one was going down to like here. Most of them, they'll only go down to like right here, which is just ridiculous. Is that person doing the naked bare knuckles? They're out of their mind. Oh, fuck. Come on. Kill it. Warrior can be pretty sketchy at low levels. But yeah, something good about this at least is in World of Warcraft, this wasn't a thing back in Classic, but they put it in for Classic, is dynamic spawning. So when there's more people in a zone, things spawn faster so that you can keep people moving forward. Because in actual Classic, these would be on like a 5 to 8 minute spawn timer. So you'd have like 500 people today sitting in this zone, sitting here like camping a mob. Which would be unplayable. Like, I wouldn't play it at that point. But yeah, like I was saying, I'm going to try to get this warrior leveled up quick because I got the rogue to level 21 before I decided that rogue wasn't for me. And hopefully we won't die, but if we do, got the warlock as the backup. So, you know, as everybody says, we go again. I was actually watching people raid too, which I wasn't sure if people were like actually raiding. There's people raiding, like big time. They're clearing Blackwing Lair, which is just kind of mind blowing that they're doing that. Because Blackwing Lair is crazy dangerous, and I watched a clip where they're doing this this boss called Firemaw, and one of the mechanics is he does a pulsing like AoE fire explosion, and every time he pulses, it puts a stack of this fire debuff on you, and you take more damage the next time he pulses. So you can get I forget what the stack number is. It's probably like 4 or 5 is a safe number, and 6 is starting to get dangerous. Before you get one shot by this pulse. And there was 4 people in their group. And by the way, there's a special cloak, the like Onyxia scale cloak that you have to wear for this fight. Otherwise, you just die. And there was 4 people that went into this, into that boss fight. There was 4 people that went into that boss fight that didn't have their cloak on. And they ended up getting one shot like 30 seconds into the fight because they didn't have their cloak on. So these are people that leveled up from 1 to 60 without dying. When they got 60, they got all of their pre-raid bis,